pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Om tare ture mama ayuh punya jana pushtim kuru swaha. Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha.
Check, 1, 2, check. Yeah, check.
Om
Check.
Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama
Check,
Ayuhu
check.
Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha.
Check.
Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ayuhu Punya Jana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mama Ajana Pushtim Kuru Swaha. Om Tare Tu Tare
Massage measure on barrage, Majamega,
When you la chazo lo in the one is no son in the Gaboha, Jagabala, Gilda, Jessica Gibata, Joshua, the Zamana was navigating a Jelani show, Yandez, Joseph Basimbo, was it as a one to share about the Masa, was it one Yana Bata, Japanga, what the Tarasaka, Monamota, then it's on you to sit down in Bashari, Joseph Basimbo, was it as a one to the mail, so he wanted to give a Wakala Shira. Sinmosa motive the body, Jidala Braja, the Gezime Bada, Joseph Basimbo, was it as a one to get down in Bashari, the Gezime. Sharibo, Rigibo, Rigibo, Kalala, Shiragi, Porto, Sinma, Samachi, Debate, Dida, Namata, Jade, Pumanga, the Daran, Tomaya, the Bojusuda, Sutomo, Tomanya, Suso, Sole, Tomanya, Maino, Tomanya, Gyatso, Maino, Deshino, Sorona, Namashivan on the Bao, Chimba Sharibo, the Down, the Chudan, Tomani, the Sanyamia, Magaba, Magaba, Timame, Vatimada, Tawame, Vativa, Hame Bao, Sharibo, the Down, the Domila, Some, Turame, Duzime, Duzime, Nabrasiva, Migmen, Name, Zeme, Lume, Hime, Sume, Tame, Time, Rome, Rezame, Chimedo, Kame, Vane, Kame, Nabrasivi, Kame, Bordo Yam, Maribame, Maribasiva, Mevane, Kasime, Kasisi, Bordo Yame, Don, Dishino, Don, Conjo, Don, Kubata, Lame, Iseme, Tobama, Matavayame, Do, Sharibo, the Down, Chajuan, and the Vici, Sheraki, Bordo, Simana, the Simba, the Bordo, the Sinjaro, the Betar, Zindo, Division, and Nabrosiva, Sangatam, Sheraki, Simulate, Lana, and the Brozovic, and Don Brozo, Sangaso, the Down, Sheraki, Simanga, the Brosivanga, Lana, Miniam, the Yamrazibenga, Dongadam, the Surazibenga, Mijin, and the Brasivaja, the Sheraki, Porto, Simanga, Bate, the Omgade, the Paraga, the Parasambodis, Sharibo, Josima, the Saraki, Porosima, Samala, Braja, the Nezum, the thing is in the legend, Josima, was it is one less, or less, or less. The Gibbon, the Sino, the Sinjita, but this is the Porosima, Samala, Braja, the Sinjavan, to make the cars and the Masari, Joseph Martin was in a one to the Tom that they may hold the Hadamida Lama in and research vegetarian to make the use of Marambra de Omgade de Paraga de Parasambode, so hard the Omgade de Paraga de Parasambode. Da Omgade de Paraga de Parasambode, so Namala Mala Chazala, Sangila Chazala Chilacha. Gidula Chazalo, Yumchima Sheraki, Porto, Chimala Chazalo, Kinamla Chazali, to the Nubulate, Daza Gesi, the Brogiroje, Chitanamola, Yambagas, and Yumchima Sheraki, Simode, Samaila, some Jessica, the Jibe to the Nubulate, to the Jelos of watching the what is in the Yumchima Sheraki, Simode, Samaila, some Jessica, the Jibe to the Nubulate, and the Agoda Jibeta Machu, the Yaponja, the Sodan, the Pogo, Sumi, Kai, the Madada, Nidochi, the Borgis, Maverick, Shuri, Raudo, Shura, Giro, Namala Chazalo, Sangela. Chazalo, Gituna Chazalo, Yumjima Sheraki, Porto, Chimala Chazalo, Kinamla Chazalo, to the Nubulate, and Dazo Gachida, the Giroje, Chitanamola, Yamagas, and Yumjima Sheraki, Porto, Samaila, some Jessica, the Jibet to the Nubulate, the Digital of Wachito, what is in the Dagia, Yumjima Sheraki, Porto, Chimede, Samaila, some Jessica, the Jibet to the Nubulate, the Hagodan Jibeta Machu, the Ponja, Metibeso, and the Pogo, Sumi Kai, the Badadan, the Borgis, Raudo Shura, Giro, Namala Chazalo, Sangela Chazalo, Shula Chazalo, Gidula Chazalo, Yumjima Sheraki, Porto, Chimala Chaz, Kinamla Chazalo, to the Nubulate, Daza Gachida, Giroje, Chitanamola, Yamagas, and Yumjima Sheraki, Porto, Chimede, Samaila, some Jessica, the Jibet. The Jealous of watching the body to the Yumjima Sheraki, Porto, Chimede, Samaila, some Jessica, the Jibet to the Nubulate, and Dagodan Jibetama Sheraki, Ponjami, Sudan, Japo, Sumi, the Madadan, Yidochi, Power. Raudo Shura Giro, Sonam de Tomze Zibani, Tomne, Betana, Bomze, Yaganaze, Balan, Tulvai, Sibi, Solen, Doa, Dora, Shua, Ingeria, Tonda, Gijo, Shua, Damido, Nebe, Gendan, Talwa, the Wadoji, Ponson, Sovai, Tashi, Degan, Dendere, Dele, Shua, Badalama, Dengedawedo, Shazub Jagi, Rabjishimi. Ishivaya says Zozoma, Navargami Shabla Chazalo, Manama Bagawa, Desere, Logia, Visistaya, Bodaya, then Teta, Oma Brum, 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 Shoda, Bishuda, Asame, Samenda, our Bossas of Varan, Nagana Sabava, Bishude, Abekenjato, Mamasawata, Sugada, Vara, Wazana, Abekegada, Mahamoda Mendrabade, Ahara, Mam Ayusam, Darane, Shoda, Bishuda, Gagana Bhava Unikya Vijaya Parishita Sasa Rami Sanjodide Sarvata Kata Ava Lugini Kata Pare Mita Pari Purani Sarvata Kata Sarvata Kata Shidaya Deshana Deshide Mudi Mudi Mahamudam Bhajakaya Samadana Parishita Sarvakama Avarana Vishude Pradini Vardaya Mama Vishu Sarvata Kata Samaya Deshana Deshide Om Muni Muni Mahamuni Bhi Muni Bhi Muni Maham Madi Madi Mahamadi Mamadi Sumadi Tata Buddha Godi Parishide Bibhude Buddhishide He Zai Vijay Vijay Savara Savara Sarva Buddha Jishana Adishide Shide Shide Buddhi Bhaja 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 Maha Bhaja Su Bhaja Bhaja Gabha Jaya Gabha Bhaja Gabha Bhaja Zola Gabha Bhaja 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 Sambhava Bhaja
Sarvasada Nezakaram Parashidam Bhavendo, Mesada Sarakada Parashidita, Sarvata Kadata, Mam Sarvasadam, Samasha Savendo, Bodem, Bodem,
Sidem, Bodem, Bodem, Bivada, Moza, Moza, Bimoza, Bimoza, Shoda, Bishida,
Bijada,
Samena, Moza, Samena, Rasim Parashida, Sarvata Kadashidaya, Adishana, Adishida, Mudi, Ma, Meda Pade, Soha, Omodrum, Soha, Oma. Amida Soha Oma Amida Bhava Amida Vidinde Amida Gaine Amida Ida Gagana Gite Gada Sarva Kalechayam Kariya
Soha Banden Zave Lama Remparo Jedagi Jevara Bemendejo Negaden Jembo Goden Jesu Deguzun Dongye Gwadon Zando Sa'ala La De Lengye Dunda Lende Ranze Bala Sane Gande Zenzan Berom Base Badangi Bandon Giromba Ema Hoke Yeze Adomba Kwenda Dengo Solona Gawa Shingi Ezazine Yandendon Girone Ezane Zene Jose Ainde Amra Gengele Benzo Denye Jowe Pakena Zewe Karande Raja La lanzo dene nyande langwe ba me yo jodo ro langwe cha za lo shen jen de na ya ri le ram jo re be ne ma Nere Gendon Jeve Lenden Paneden Jogyon Talang Gwecha Tsala Son Rede Shendan Chembo Shomare Wanjong Grove Menzi Wadembe Jose Kanje Kenye Parasaden Jamba Melangwecha Sakune Dube Solanyeshe Rene Choye Donze Zenze Neze Mo Sanje Dobe Nandolo Dendame Yeso
Chenyang jambe sheja la nambarai keba da zima yang da zi duen duen zi zi ta zi kemba ngo zara zi ka zi pon so mi zi nga de la zi ba chi mi de zi ko na ma zi de zhi dai ke la cha za Kyu kiyo si de de la kyu ta de yo je gong sum ba de la ke ba ze we kya che dan tun bra gal min na ze che na le ban je chul ge kon do che gi ro ba de ye me la che gon ge de nye se ba ke la ye se sen be sen se la yang se nam ban tuen dan le pra jam be ke wan de rang ju ni do ngon do de la do ge ta ta ye lo yang te zo mi ju ten zi sam bo dan de ban de we ke la te cha ga si do ge la jiang si da la nam ba ke be son lai gyun de si che she gan do ma si be de nian se nai kyun yin do nam ba ra da ba ko sa ke ba nam ge nam gun do nga ba ke la cha za lu de ba ga we cha la ya ke ge de le me da ye bara so ba de le je de nam le de shin ju de da ko na le so be ke so to ba ko na kal me de ya le se be wan ju ro ke la cha za lo ye ge do la ye ge da ze ba nam la ze dan che je nam la che je so che de nam la che yan de gan ye pen go tu ze ye nye ra pen la de de ba de zo ke da ma do ye gun ye ke la cha za ke ye le se sen ye da la da do ba ri zin zu de che wang bo nye de ze ye wa ye gan de ma ra de le ke ye nam dra lan de be zu ma me ji kong ba de yang ye ze ne ku ne den den ke jia zi dong zhe ke ne te ban dan de ye tong na nyam sum be de na ge le rin zin de zo zi zi bu ro gyur ba li yun de me la zhou da ne ge wo nye na yun den zhou yun den zin ge ke nam ye yun den cha ba ke la to be lo sa la wa chang de dom zhen ke nam ji yun ke la la ra de be me do ke bra gi ro zi se se be to da ba lo zhen ke la cha za do nam to ze me do we zi zi ke la kya su zi zi dra be kya ke yin zhe long bra gyur nya mi yin gang ye ke den de cha she nam tra sam na chi ma ku gal wa ra we me no me nga de ma me ba the ba nam tra sa la se sa wa ke la gang ye len lo yu de we go ne me de de ka de ga ne chi ma de de zo lo jo na de ba ra jo ja me be Tuve me je nanda le nange yende le ta Aba janze la de ba Denda kone de la Ebe kone da su je Sege de jo tanya Sila je ve tsinan je Sege nga da su ba Tanye jembo bandem yaso Yende me do
모던 캠버.
स्वस्ति देवाति जगत प्राणी और भूतों दुनिया चला कुल तथा मंडल के स्वामी महागुरु सक्या शरणार्थ परम पूजनीय 41 गदाधारी परम पवन वज्रराशि सक्या ट्रिजेन ऋषिजू शरणार्थ परम पवन 22 गदाधारी श्री रत्न वज्र ऋषिजू सहित पवन पुत्र 3 शिक्षक शील समाधि और प्रज्ञा धारण करेगा आर्यन संघ सागर चरण कमल अनि शरण याचक बेहद कुसुम बुद्ध धर्म संघ यूके ऑस्ट्रेलिया फ्रांस वियतनाम चिली यूएसए Rizal, Mukunda Vista, Rajesh Kalka UK, Pradishta Kalki UK, Diki Sherpa, Tara Kulum, for family UK, Mala D, for family UK, Shova Seshta, for family UK, Sham Maharanjan, Sabina Maharanjan, for family UK, Ashna Dakal, for family UK, Anita Dakal, Mahesh Dakal, for family UK, Vidwara, Delaware UK, Sarada Tantan, for family UK, Thomas D. Leo France, Tyson from Tam, for family Vietnam, Kiran Maharan, for family Austria, Ashok Ayal, Austria, Roshan Thakka, Austria, Brigidi Purman Chili, Nitima Shrestha, Asaji, for family UK, Vivar Gautam, for Vishwas Gautam, USA. Partha Sasham Dhanavad Sahi Yukatna Gardotso Jabat Nani Kusuk Rahi Munayoti Matra Dwar Pavan Putra Shasan Ratnara Visheshkari Sri Sakya Parampara Ko Asaran Dharma Mahasit Yogesh Virupa Dara Udish Sakya Pakungani Bolai Udish Kariyegu Dev Vajra Char Parampara Madhya Ke Ek Dev Vajra Udish Parampara Ko Vajan Ratna Magapalam Lande Ekra Mahanta Yug Bimal Parampara Swai Chetma Pilira Dikakal Sama Vai Yodaran Gadiya Madhya Shiromani Pujaniya Parampam Sri Tolo Dairama Jura Parampam Ektalis Sakya Trizen Rinpoche Jura Parampam Vairisora Ektalis Gadadari Doi Swai Sampurna Shasudar Sat Purusha Dikayu Rahera Karma Parya Shukal Pashka Gandama Jai Vidhi Hunak Sat Swai Mankai Charu Swat Spur Darup Masid Bharajaus Saha Swai Paspat Mila Bhai Dineshut Bhara Sada Shavan Chitran Manku Kaya Malagi Rose Yi Satkama Harku Badayas Kisrasa Sadhu Dharma Samai Samai Varsa Bhai Sada Valinari Samprana Kasatu Sati Lok Pyari Aur Prakriti Prako Shant Bhar Sampurna Jagat Prani Sutli Yud Hos Mandir Kiratna Charanma Puja Megai Se Divra Dev Vastra Khata Charansu Kesai Kri Sharana Parampam Ektarisho Sri Sakya Trizen Rinpoche Ju Charanma Mandal Ada Swarup Ru 150 विशेष कृत्या स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 25,000 खाता शरण परम पवन रत्न भजन पूज्य चरण मण्डल आधार स्वरूप 150 विशेष कृत्या स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 20,000 खाता पूज्य कुंदु आकाश भजन पूज्य चरण विद्या स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 5,500 खाता सर्प गदारी दयाको चरण विद्या स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 2,500 खाता जेसुमा हरको चरण विद्या स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 2,500 खाता पूज्य देशु छोटो मुछेर खरिको मुछे गएको चरणमा विद्या स्वरूप अर्पण गर्ने रु 1,000 खाता त्यसैगरी उपध्याय केम्पर निर्माण कार्यको हरको चरणमा दोहर अर्पण गर्ने सहित प्रत्येक समुदाय समाधान स्वरूप रु 100 र चियाको लागि रु 2,000 रोटीको लागि 25,000 दिउँसो खानाको लागि 15,000 विशेषको साथ श्रद्धापूर्वक चढाएको हुँदा माथि उल्लेखित प्रश्नहरू सबै पनि बाधा बिना स्फूर्तसित भएर दान गर्ने हामी लगायतका हाम्रा सपरिवारको पूर्ण जनको कर्मलाइले कारणले उत्पन्न भएको रोग व्याधि ग्रह दश जस्तो सम्पूर्ण बाधासँग होस् भनी गरेको प्रार्थना गरेकोलाई यहाँहरूले महाकरुणा चित्तले अनुग्रह गर्नुहुने भनी विश्वास गर्दछु। Kaya po sa duwa kasi kung kaya po bon om i de su 胸襟相依王武丹新鲜王新汉王人有王新的工作，电视中的声音小的第二个同学都唱出水用，每日自己我的这个我的看到主持我今天知道了什么的，两个我记得那我的水用，每日自己我的看到主持我，我都买了什么的，要出工作还开始我的水用，我这个你都买了什么的，要不是知道你我这个你都买了什么的，就是我那个说我这个你都买了什么的，要不是你说的开工的你我这个知道什么的，不是人家那包括你是说的什么，你这个给我。我觉得这个党最主要用了，所以这个今天他们嘛，这个就是我说了，每个这次我给你写说这是对吧？家庭保守多，要是小朋友多不就说，当然你有些那个老的，什么些那个送哪的东西，那别是宝贝用了，现在就是不改吧？明白了吗？这别个今天他们嘛，现在上班现在这个说那么些多，我们是对了，最主要用了嘛，这别个今天他们嘛，把。南区南面的嘛，这对我今天拉到了，我公刚刚去的最主要用了嘛，这对我今天拉到了，现在拉到，切我们的最主要用嘛，这对我，实际方面也要去了，有的公司南面的嘛，这对我今天拉到了，说过些话，按罗嘛，他们些话的最主要用了，你这个些话别多，我已经拉到了，我做公安有的加上南面的些话给我，你听了。理想些话方面的最主要用嘛，这个些话给我，就听他说嘛，或者我们些话方面的嘛，这个些话给我，听他说不，电子有的嘛，先去录个，刚刚工作现在他们嘛，这个些话给我，实际上，其实我们这边也不重要了，现在这种出现的劳动的力大，那我说是这么回事，年底或者特别些了，有的工作养好的更多，同样那些别的说话的，另外的有的多一些了。这个地方马上本上的典型文化都在这里，都在这样，都在搞工作区这些马路师傅，变化些了，什么当中这些南面用的，都在加上这边变化南面需要都在这里，这些我们南面英国南面加上一些南面，朝鲜南面一些操作，上去这样这些，再把这些南面我给这帮南面，并且南面是在南面这里出面，用手文化公司一些南面说，这里里面上班人比不到，大家东西里面这些就对的是不到的，几点点。前面拿的送的这些上头的边道上，说那如果说那去年，我上如果阿上的零了，往期不把司令，常务司令梦，阿上一个三个，不光多了前面工作3个月阿的，都是最这的地，这的电视那羽毛的这个是对毛衣，有的阿姨有的地方没有去地方的，这边阿的，有的鸟阿姨的，工作说了马路地方的，怕到马路地方的，多呢，多的那边就是有些国外的也是。地方的也或者多说，这地方的比如说的新地方的就是那个地方，这边说他们蓝色系的，另外的比如他们的这些那个方特别，其实都比对方面的嘛，这边的国内国，几乎买的多了，这边就是这些个天津，其实说这是对吧？
四边的是道瓦格子，有的没的没的。 Amen.
For the benefit of us sentient beings, who equal as the vast as the limit of space, I must reach the state of Ajahtaravut for the benefit of all sentient beings. In order to reach this, I must listen to the precious teachings of the Mahayana teaching and do the practice properly. Siddhartha Kamala, that I should sit in a comfortable seat with respectful posture, with great delightful mind. Just like a patient listening to the prescription given by the doctor, devoid of pride, distraction, dullness, boredom, and sadness. One should avoid all of the impediments in listening to the teachings. One should adhere to all the correct attitudes. The subject of the teaching that you're going to listen to is the Lamje, soul path traveled by all the Tathagatas 3 times, extracting essence of the meanings of the Sutra and Tantra, thoughts and views of the fearless Shri Dharmapala, the Lord of Yogis, is the entry point traversed by the wise, the lamp that clarifies both Sutra and Tantra, hard to be understood by those who lack merit, the staircase for those who have embarked on the path, enter the city of Nirvana. It's the nature of the meditative transcendence, which is the excellent in every way. Instruction is resolved with the path. Instruction that knows many by knowing all, transforms all faults into qualities, changes all obstacles into cities, removes hindrance of meditation by recognizing meditative absorptions, allays all mischief caused by maras by recognizing the maras, transforms all faults into qualities, obstacles, comprehends the unmistakable reality of three collection of Vinaya, Sutra, and Tantra, instruction that is an elixir that transforms all base metals into gold, instructions of the Vaja sentence, which is like wish fulfilling. These are the subject of the practice of teaching. To teach the practice, these are the 3 topics. First, the history of the instructions, how to teach the practice, and how to benefit others by perfect teaching. Firstly, how the spread of the teaching Dharma, spread of the 9 cycles of paths, particular history of Lamdre. Second is how to teach the practice of the teachings and how to do the practice properly. And how to seal the blessings with the 10 secret points. The sacred teachings of the Lord of Lamdre consists of the teaching of the 4 authentic qualities and the 4 teaching for oral transmissions. In order to do the practices according to the root text, according to the 6 crucial points, 11 great qualities. Out of the very many factors, it is taught according to first teaching on the 3 perceptions and 3 continuums. 3 perception teaching is started with the refuge, meditating, doing supplication to the after refuge, doing the specific topics of meditation, doing the dedication. First of the has been explained before. therefore, the actual meditation subject goes, there are the teaching on the impure perception aroused renunciation, teachings on the experience perception to arouse genuine devotion, teachings on pure perception to arouse delightful joy. But regarding the first, there the suffering of suffering to produce sadness, suffering, contemplating suffering of change to renounce attachment, contemplating suffering of all pervasive conditioning to desire to be liberated. Of this, here we are discussing, currently talking about the thinking of how transient our precious human rebirth is, meditating on the causally and analogously and numerically how difficult it is to find precious human rebirth. Second, thinking about how meaningful it is with the precious human rebirth. Third, meditating on how inevitably the death is close, how to develop, practice Dharma, since there is nothing but Dharma can help. Meditating on the essencelessness of the body, shortness of lifespan. Since lifespan is very uncertain, since there is uncertain lifespan, our death is very certain. Since there are too many numerous causes of death, few causes of to stay alive. Third is wealth and food cannot protect death. No family, friends cannot stop death. One's power and position cannot stop death. Third is meditating on the law of cause and effect, how to adopt the virtue and drop the non-virtues. It's a revision of yesterday's teaching. If you're looking at the text, it's page 51. Page 51 in English. Says impure perception that all appearance of happiness suffering from the point of view of impure deluded perception arise as a result of wholesome and unwholesome actions. Whatever actions one may have accumulated will necessarily follow the creator of action. Even if one action is aimed at others, it will not follow the object. Wealth and loved ones will be only left behind when one dies, but the effect of the action will of oneself like a shadow, as stated in the Raja Vataka Sutra. When the king dies, with the lapse of time, his wealth, loved ones, relatives do not follow. Wherever the person may have to go, all his action will follow him like a shadow. Kamashataka Sutra concurs, the action neither ripens on the ground nor do they ripen on the stone, they only ripen on the grass aggregates. Vinayagama says the same, actions of the sentient beings do not waste it, even 100 eons. When the appropriate actions come together, the fruit will naturally ripen on time. Saying is the size, therefore to meditate on this, they are aspire to abandon unwholesome deeds by thinking on their cause and effect. B, aspire to practice wholesome deeds by thinking of their cause and effect. 3, transform unpredicted neutral actions into wholesome deeds. First, they aspire to abandon unwholesome deeds by thinking of their cause and effect. Think of the unwholesome action, think of the effect, and think of abandoning them. Think of how the unwholesome actions, Precious Kalni Ratnavali says, the actions that are created by desire, hatred, ignorance are not unwholesome. As such, this refers to the action that are motivated by threesome of the attachment toward oneself, aversion towards others, ignorance of the cause and effect actions. If these are classified, then there are 10: killing, stealing, adultery of the body, telling lie, use of spiteful words, harsh words, and idle speech of this. Lie is the use of speech, and covetous, malice, and wrong view of the mind. Killing constitutes an act of intentionally destroying others' life by use of weapon or poison, either by using oneself or making others to do. Stealing constitutes an act of taking others' small or great possessions, either by robbery or by thieving. Adultery constitutes sexually penetrating other person's partner, even if one is one's own partner, engaging in sexual acts at improper place, improper time, location, and passage. Improper object refers to blood relatives within 7th generation. Improper time refers to the time of pregnancy or observing vows of prasada. Improper location refers to temples, monastery where the symbol of 3 jewels are present. Improper passage refers to oral or anal penetration. Telling a lie constitutes intentionally speaking words that are untrue to others and mislead them. The use of spite constitutes due to affliction, intentionally using various words that are true, untrue words to cause division between others. Harsh words constitute speaking unpleasant words that are designed to hurt others' feelings. Idle chatter constitutes reading improper doctrines or engaging in afflicted conversation that are to do with flattery, songs, drama, king's war, prostitution, and the like. Covetousness constitutes wanting to own other people's material possession. Malice constitutes ill will, intent to cause harm to others. Wrong view constitutes holding view and having no faith in considering three jewels, cause, effect, and so on. The effect, each of the unwholesome deeds have three results: ripened result, causally concord result, possessive result. All of the ripened result will cause rebirth in the three lower realms. First of all, birth in lower realms, such as saying, from the point of view, intention, deeds motivated hatred will be result in hell realm by desire, hungry ghosts, ignorance, and animals. From the point of view, intrinsic nature, great unwholesome deeds cause birth in the hell realm, medium, hungry ghosts, small in the animal realm. Regarding two types of causally concordant effect, experientially concordant result are the shortness of life. Ratnavali says, killing shortens lifespan, stealing results in destitution of wealth, adultery causes the rise of enemies, telling lies attracts a criticism, spite causes separation from the loved ones, harsh words expose you to unpleasant words, idle chatter causes truthless speech, covetous destroys one's wishes, ill will brings fear, anxiety, wrong view addicts to the wrong views. The concordant effects of habit constitute killing excessive due to the force of familiarization. Once one has the natural tendency of fondness to do them habitually, the possessive result of action of killing one in the born in the environment that is lack radiance and glory, stealing make one to live in where famine and hellstorms, adultery in dusty, misty places, telling lie in places that are dirty and heavily polluted, spite places that are uneven, harsh words in salty and humid places, idle chatter in places that are volatile and full of strife, covetousness in places where the crops yield very small, and ill will in places bitter food, wrong view in places where there are not small crops that are not yield. Thinking of abandoning them, since unwholesome actions bring a very undesirable things such as suffering in the lower realms, even in those who are born in higher realms, they have endured short life, destitution, etc. One should think, how now I will not commit any unwholesome deeds, even at the cost of life. Even if there occurs an unwholesome deed, by confessing the unwholesome deeds, as soon as they occur, by aiming to remedy them, one becomes more powerful wholesome deeds and will purify unwholesome deeds, as stated in the letter to a friend. As such saying is the younger brother Nanda was attached to, infatuated with women. Angulimala killed many people, but later entered the doctrine, attained. Likewise, even King Ajatashatru, who committed patricide, his religious father, and Udayana, who committed matricide, but later both entered the doctrine and became quickly liberated from the effects of their unwholesome action. These are the example of how they became free from negative action. Second is aspire to do wholesome deeds by thinking of their cause and effect. Think of their wholesome deeds, their action, their effect, and think of adopting them. First is stated in the Ratnavali, deeds generated by devoid of attachment, aversion, ignorance are wholesome. Such is the saying that wholesome deeds that are performed through the three doors by means of three wisdom, without attachment towards oneself, aversion towards others, and ignorance concerning the cause effect. These are classified into 10 consisting of 3 abstentions of physical actions such as killing, etc. 4 abstentions of speech such as not telling lie, 3 abstentions of mind, not doing, coveting, etc. The nature of each of them a mental function that intently promise to abstain from killing, etc. without 3 poisons. Think of the effect. Ratnavali says wholesome deeds result in the higher realms and happiness follow in one lifetime. Such is the sayings. Each of the 10 wholesome deeds have their 3 results: ripened, causally concordant, possessive result. First is ripened result of being born in the higher realms, having been long life and being wealthy, etc. The experientially concordant results are abstaining from killing, stealing, and so on, which are the opposite of the result of above explained wholesome deeds. 10 are such are not interested to kill or habitual results of the abstention of powers. To be born in a radiant and pleasant place, which are the opposite of above, are the possessive results of practicing wholesome deeds. As stated in Ratnavala, results of the well advertised what are known as unwholesome deeds are the opposite results of all the wholesome deeds. Thinking of adopting them because of their immense benefit, I think I will engage in practicing wholesome deeds without overlooking even small or minor ones as much as I can. Third is transforming unpredicted neutral actions into wholesome deeds. Think of the unpredicted neutral actions, their lack of effect, and how to transform them. First, think of the unpredicted neutral actions. This refers to the unpredicted neutral regular acts such as walking, standing, sleeping, and eating, which are by nature neither wholesome nor unwholesome actions. Because of the engagement action of three actions are neither with or nor without any three poisons of mind. Think of the effect. In fact, these generate no result whatsoever related to happiness or suffering. It says in the classification three codes, as neutral is neither of the two, the rapid result of neither of them. Such is the saying. Think of transforming them in wholesome deeds. These actions do not generate any suffering, but from the point of view of not generating any happiness, it is almost meaningless to create action. Therefore, they should be transformed into wholesome deeds through skillfulness. So whatever appears as the object of sense organs, with the wish to benefit sentient being, one should take advantage of appropriation. Thus, may all beings attain the city of liberation. When taking a seat, may they attain diamond seat. When going to sleep, may they attain dharmakaya. When at the time of waking up, may they attain rupakaya. When wearing clothes, may they put on the clothes of pity and modesty. When washing, may they be free from the dirt of affliction. May eating food, may they gain the food of meditative concentration. May going out of the house, may they gain freedom from the city of samsara. When traveling on the road, may they gain the path of noble ones. When meeting with others, may they meet the Buddhas. When getting things done, may they succeed in the true task. When entering the house, may they enter the city of liberation. When arrive at the destination, may all sentient be reach Buddhahood, and thus learn to adopt whatever appropriate actions in every given situation. This is the listening and then contemplating meaning of the teaching, what have been discussed. Then do the meditation. First take refuge, do the specific topic meditation on top of the previous topics of meditation. One should then think of the nature of the interaction. Unwholesome actions, their results, wholesome actions, their action, and unpredicted neutral action, their effectlessness. Thinking of each of the nature of the wholesome action, unwholesome action, and neutral action, learn to adopt one, drop the another, transform the third. In this one should learn to consider very carefully. Even at the cost of one's life, one should drop the non-virtuous deeds, and I should learn to practice virtuous deeds. The benefit of those experiential and habitual results depend on one experience them according to one's previous actions and habits. Therefore, one should do virtuous deeds. It's extremely greatly benefit for now and the future. I must try my best. I must do it right now. May the blessings of the Triple Gem and the Guru will bless me. I should not allow myself to be swayed by the three poisonous minds and strive to engage in the virtuous deeds at all costs. May the Gurus and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas know that these things happen in my mental attitude. This revision of yesterday's teach. Through this we have completed the impure teaching to arouse renunciation has been completed. Now to begin today's teaching. Once again, generate the right motivation. As usual, please listen to the teachings wholeheartedly. This is page 56, bottom of page 56. The teaching of the three perception is very common to the perfection vehicle. This has three subtopics. The impure perception to arouse renunciation, experience perception to generate extraordinary intention, We have completed the first impure perception to arouse renunciation. Today is to teaching experiential perception to arouse genuine devotion. Jetri says it's revealed the yogi, that is experiential perception. To the yogi, there is experiential perception, is the root words from the Vajra sentence of Mahasiddha Virupa. Generally, when the precious teachings of Lamdre can attain Buddhahood in one lifetime, it is even for the people who are beginners all the way to attain Buddhahood from the different bhumis, stages, paths, all can be attained. So it's a complete path that contains all of this. This profound instruction has to be authenticated by four authenticities. Four authenticity refer to scriptures, teachings, scriptures, guru, and experience. These are the four validities, four authenticity, tsema, brahmana in Sanskrit. The Buddha Vajana, the Shastra is the Sanskrit, and the Guru, the lineage, and the experience. The sequence of these four, we explained before already. The sequence, the order of these four, there are four types of different thought and the Tantra. In the Tantra, first, the scripture is second. The Vajra sentence recognizes that Guru is and the transmission, and then the experience. Seeing suchness refers to the experience. One who sees, one who realizes the experience. It's stated in the root Tantra. That is the sequence in which the Tantra has taught the four. But historical sequence of the origin, Buddha's words came first, then the scriptures, then Mahasiddha Virupa's commentary, called Vajra sentence. Then, because of that, there's lineage gurus. By practicing the teachings, then one gains the experience. The teaching, commentary, guru, and the experience. These are sequence of history, sequence of arising. The sequence of practicing is, firstly, we have to listen from the teacher. Once listening to the profound teaching from the Guru, by relying on the Guru, listening to the instruction, by listening to the instruction, one practices, then one gains experience. The Guru is first authenticity. Guru is first, experience is second, and then through that one authenticate the authenticity of the root text, and then the root teachings. So you go authenticate the teachings of the Buddha, of the Mahasiddha Virupa, and Virupa's commentary is also based on the authentic Buddha Vajana. So Guru, second is experience, third is the Shastra, and the fourth is the Buddha Vajana. So it goes to authenticate in that order. Whereas order of developing experience goes, first one develop experience. So experience is the first validity. The experience is based on the Guru's instruction. So the fifth instructions of Gurus is authenticated second. Then one develops strong faith and validity to the Guru and lineage Gurus. Then one goes to, by relying on the Guru's experience, therefore one goes to authenticate the authenticity of the Buddha Vachanas, and then the Mahasiddha Virupas Shastra. This is how the order of the taught in the Tantra, order of history, order of how it arose, and order of how disciple experience. So in any case, when preliminary and all main teachings of the Lamde is authenticated by four validities. By doing this, it will be able to authenticate the originality and reliability of the history of the teachings. That's why the four validity is a special Lamde concept, that it has relied on the Buddha Vachana, teaching words of the Buddha, and also relied on equally reliable scriptures or shastras, such as written work by great Mahasiddha. And then how, based on that, relying on the unbroken lineages, how we oneself can obtain those valid experiences. So that authenticates the perfectness of the teaching. If we cannot show the fruition of the practice, you could not authenticate how original and reliable teaching is. The validity of the Buddha Vachana, the Shastra, and the Guru, and Anubhav, which one's experience. All these four validities have to be authenticated in those orders that we have just gone through. This shows the historicity and originality of the teachings. Out of the four validities, when we refer to root treatise, we refer to Vajra sentence by Mahasiddha. Generally, there are 11 great exposition on Vajra sentence. Sachin Kunga Nyingbo gave 11 commentaries. Some short, some medium, some very lengthy. So there are 11 commentaries on Vajra sentence or Vajra Gatha. When we say use the word Shastra, Tencho in Tibetan, the Shastra or commentary literature, that which destroys the hosts of enemies of one's afflictions. This kind of ability to crush all the enemies' afflictions do not show in other religious tradition. So that's why the Shastra, when the Shastra refers to that which protects us from wrong conceptions, being able to destroy the wrong conception, that's what the etymological meaning of the words Shastra. Shasana and Tantra, that means the Shasana is the actual doctrine, the doctrine which enables you to develop protection from the wrong conceptions. As it is taught in the Guriya Samanja, Hevaja Tantra, and Samputta Tantra. These are the three Tantras, what we call. And three Tantra actually refers to these, root Hevaja Tantra, Guriya Samanja, and Vajra Panjara Tantra, Samputta Tantra. When we say to sentient beings with deluded, sentient beings have affliction, impure perception, so to teach on the experiential perception to arouse genuine devotion, meditate until common experience is cultivated, and the rejoice one will generate uncommon experience through the Mayantrayana in the future. So the common experience refers to the Paramitayana, and uncommon experience refers to those which belongs to Vajrayana path. Here, to discuss of the common meditative experience, developing loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. So meditate on until common experience cultivate. 2, 3. Do meditation, loving kindness to benefit others. To meditate on compassion to remove the suffering of others. Do meditation, bodhicitta, attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all. Are developing a strong sense of impartiality because they have been equally one's mother and father some time. Therefore, one should have impartial and equal feeling. The nature of loving kindness is directing to the object sentient being. Here refers to all sentient beings, not just one or two, not just few, not few thousand. Is not genuine loving kindness. Generally, all 100, 200, 10,000 loving kindness, to cultivate that, we don't need to practice Dharma. We are already pretty people who do not practice any Dharma, do not accept reincarnation. They are quite well intended to do help and benefit other people. There are lots of people who are caring for 10 people, 1,000 people, orphans, children, to feed the poor, There are many people who give food, clothes, lodgings. There are lots of such cases of. There's no way we could say it does not to be Buddhist, or we can't really say that it's genuine, infinite loving kindness. They don't need to be practicing any dharma. They don't even need to believe in the law of rebirth, but they can generate loving kindness on that level. But the loving kindness we are referring to here is what is taught in the Mahayana teachings. It is not limited to a few hundred or thousand or specific groups of people. The loving kindness taught is for all sentient beings. It's infinite loving kindness, since sentient beings are infinite. Because Mahayana, the greatness of the Maha is the great scope of this extraordinary loving kindness, extraordinary Mahayana concept. No other scriptures or traditions ever seem to have taught this kind of infinite loving kindness. Therefore, when we say what constitutes all sentient beings, we have to know what constitutes all sentient beings. If you can't recognize all sentient beings, then because of that, infinite loving kindness cannot be cultivated. To cultivate the infinite loving kindness, we have to see the object that is limitless in number. Therefore, the subject practitioner, wholesome deeds, wholesome loving kindness should also be limitless to match the limitlessness of the sentient beings who are the objects. So when we say all sentient beings, we should really have a cognizance of what this symbolizes as an object. When we say all sentient beings, not as an object that is within the range of your mind, if you couldn't cope with the range of allness of the sentient beings, then you could not develop infinite loving kindness. One doesn't have the appropriate object that is limitless, then how can we have subject that is limitless, that is loving kindness? So object of loving kindness could be objectified, then subjective loving kindness can be cultivated infinitely. Then the loving kindness is not biased towards a friend, unpleasant. If there is an attachment to loving kindness towards people who are near and dear, aversion to some that one doesn't like and ignore them, that's nowhere near loving kindness even, let alone infinite loving kindness. This kind of partiality does not allow the limitness of loving kindness. Developing, if you don't like somebody, that very wrong conception that you're holding, how could you possibly generate loving kindness to all beings while treating others as a group that you don't like? Of course there are possible some people who are not so nice towards you, but from your own heart you should develop loving kindness, and they should be included in that range. Even including those who are loving towards us, who are maybe not so nice towards us, and who are neutral to us, we shouldn't, without any sense of partiality, we should endeavor to develop loving kindness impartially. To loving kindness, I cannot develop loving kindness to this person, this kind of people, I can't stand these people. If you have that kind of mentality, if you have this kind of attitude, you have given up on certain sentient beings, you have no way to develop, impossible to generate the infinite loving kindness. So you have to overcome that wrong conception. That wrong conception is the biggest impeding factor that will stop you from generating infinite loving kindness. Therefore, if you wanted to practice the Mahayana teachings, you must learn to overcome these great hindrance that you find difficult to handle with some beings. So because loving kindness has to be objectified to all sentient beings, you could not exclude anybody. If the allness of sentient beings are not your object of range of loving kindness, then your loving kindness cannot be cultivated according to Mahayana. We all have to, generally when we say great vehicle, stated in the Mahayana Sutra, the object, method, practice, there are 7 greatness of the Mahayana. As these 7 greatness of the Mahayana, scope of practice of the greatness, out of the 7 greatness, first 5 are the last 2 in the resultant stage of the result. The 5 are to be practiced while on the first is the objectivity, the greatness of the objectivity. That is the objectivity referred to the range of allness of the sentient beings. The 7 greatness is the first is the great objectivity. If we want to be Mahayanis, we have to be meaningful Mahayanis, not just mere lip service Mahayanis, saying I'm Mahayanis, thinking that I'm Mahayanis, but you have to have this correctness. If the person who's poor think he is wealthy, he doesn't become wealthy. In order to become wealthy, you have to have all the wealth of a wealthy person. Then only you can think I'm wealthy. Likewise, for you to be a Mahayanis, you have to have all the greatness of the Mahayana, including the greatness of the scope of the object, which is all sentient beings. So to become a Mahayana practitioner, we have to be meaningful Mahayanis, whose name and meaning should be concordant. There's no way just merely named, merely labeled Mahayanis. We should be meaningful Mahayanist. If you want to be meaningful Mahayanis, we should know what characteristic one needs to constitute, and one should endeavor to cultivate those qualities. All our practice usually is supposed to be Mahayanis. Particularly, all Vajrayana practice is supposed to be Mahayanis. Generally speaking, all Mahayana practice is the foundation of the Vajrayana practices. So when we say diamond vehicle, there is no Vajrayana that is exclusive to Mahayana. They are mutually inclusive. You could not have an exclusive Vajrayana path that does not allow the foundation of being the Mahayanas. By using the fundamental tenets of Mahayana, can only Vajrayana be the practitioner as an authentic. So therefore, when we talk about 3 vision teachings here, it is the preliminary. That's why it is taught as a preliminary, because it's a very common path to the Mahayana. The fundamental foundation is the common teachings of the Mahayana perfection vehicle. Therefore, at all times, we should think this. Whether you like someone, or whether someone helps you, or whether someone harms you, all should be thought as my mother and father. One should think these are unrecognized parents and practice loving kindness to them. Generating loving kindness to all, may they have happiness and cause of happiness. When we say happiness, we are not referring to worldly pleasure or happiness. It's happiness that is not the happiness devoid of suffering of change, suffering of all pervasive conditioning. Devoid of any of even the propensity of the all 3 suffering is called happiness, not the ordinary worldly happiness. It's not worldly happiness, a pleasure. We are not trying to establish people in that kind of superficial happiness. The cause of happiness, because the happiness is the uncontaminated cause of happiness, that will bring the result is also uncontaminated happiness. Wishing happiness and the cause of happiness, wishing them to have happiness and cause of happiness. That kind of infinite loving kindness to all sentient beings is loving kindness. This has 3. First, do meditation, loved ones, to easier to give love. Second, to on enemies, that is harder. Finally, do with all sentient beings. First is to meditate loving kindness, then integrate with relatives and apply that with other commoners. First, thinking of mother, remembering her kindness, wishing to repay her kindness. Thinking of one mother, whether one's mother is living or deceased, try to imagine, visualize her face in front of you, very clear. The loving and affectionate face of your mother should bring in your meditation, whether she's alive, even deceased. Sincerely feel, this is my kind mother. This is my mother. And try to bring her as an object of your attention and meditation, so as clearly as possible, undistracted by any other thought. Showing great loving kindness to you, and try to evoke this feeling of affection. Not just merely thinking of her form, but thinking, this is my kind mother. And try to arouse deep emotion to loving feeling towards her. To think of her kindness, kindness giving this body, kindness of teaching what to adopt, what to abandon, kindness of facing many hardships ourselves. First is kindness giving the whole body and life. Mother first carried you 9 to 10 months in her womb. She relied on food and conduct that were according to your needs, gave up all those that are harmful for my needs. In this way, she generated and gave me this body that I have now. Think of that this body that you have is all gift of your mother. Therefore, just merely kindness of the giving this body alone is unthinkable. Even if she hasn't do anything else, just having given you this body, a precious human rebirth, that alone is just extraordinarily kind person. We have to identify this. Because of the kindness of our mother giving this birth, we have refuge in the Dharma, we have precious human rebirth, we have met the holy Dharma, we met teachings, and being able to follow the profound and deep teachings, practice like this, is all of these have come as a result of having been given this body. That your mother has been the most kind person that you can ever imagine, having given this precious body, without which you would have not met the Dharma at all. After you were born, you were helpless and was unable to feed food by your own hand in the mouth. Verbally, you were unable to communicate, or mentally did not know anything what to adopt or reject, like a worm. When you were born, when you were a little infant, physically, verbally, mentally, you couldn't do nothing for yourself, not knowing what is safe, what is unsafe. She gave tender loving kindness with a thought, looked at me with kind eyes, called by sweet names, kept my delicate body warm by touching a warmth of her own body, fed me with her own warm breast milk, protected me from all dangers of fire, waterfalls, guarded me from all the harmfulness of heat and cold. She dared not to part. Whatever food she has, the best, most sweetest food, warmest food, she kept and gave to me. She only ate the cold food, leftover food. She left her food getting cold, herself tried to feed the body of the child. The warmest, most sweetest, most healthiest food, choicest food were given to us, while ignoring her own food getting cold or whatever the case. She totally sacrificed everything of her own well-being and gave everything to our well-being. Taught us what to speak, to walk, to wear, to dress, to speak. All the things we know are all taught. Even introduce object one by one to object, either as a physical object or drawings or whatever it is. Introduce are taught. Whether it's a fruit where there's table, every object was introduced to us, speaking in our ear many times. So then we hear so many times, we became so accustomed to the words that we learned from her voice. And always she's worried. She dared not to part from me, even for a moment. Look after me like a tender love and care. She dared not to part from me even for a moment. Even if she had to go somewhere, she couldn't think of anything but for my well-being. She have many sleepless nights and tasteless food, and her hands and legs gone very cold. She has given everything to us that she dared not to use anything for oneself. She spent all lavishly without any parsimony. She could not think anything but, she cannot think anything but oneself. She loved us more than her own well-being. She almost neglected her own well-being to the extent of doing everything to sacrifice her well-being. In this way, one needs to think how much she has done for us and meditate on it and be with that thought. Not only this life, but we have had many times that we have had this very same person many lifetimes as mother. So this mother has been mother so many lifetimes, feeding us, teaching us what's wrong and right, and facing many hardships. There's incredible number of time she did all the sacrificing. She doesn't have, even if she didn't have food to feed us, she dare not go begging. She begged from people, she took loans from other people. She risked any hardships in order to keep us fed and clothed and protected from danger. In short, for the sake of us, the mother did have faced uncountable number of hardships. So we need to reflect how kind-hearted our mother is, and must bring that to our attention in order to arouse loving kindness. Even though she lacked some things, she went to others to beg or take loans so that she can feed, clothe, educate, and bring us up. There's a scribal error here in Tibetan text. Thankfully, that's not in English. There is a lot of time the mother has had to commit many hard jobs, maybe having to work as a fisherwoman and then feeding the children. Even as an animal mother, she had to do many things, killing worms, killing other worms to feed oneself. Being born or working as a fisherman or butcher, feeding me is beyond any estimation. Being both an animal protected from harm's way and feeding me with our own breast milk is beyond any estimation. There are very ferocious animals who, to feed their young, then in order to protect their young, they risk their own life and feed with the predators, fight with the predators. They risk their own life in order to protect their young. They let themselves to be killed by the predators in order to protect their young. When both sides where the leopard or tiger are attacking, when bite each other. But even though one is being beaten by others, and the one is still looking at the child, little young one, where it is he? As long as he's safe, I don't mind being devoured by other. With that kind of total sacrifice, the young is protected, while let herself to be totally killed and beaten by the other. They have sacrificed their lives even as an animal. You can see how the mother totally sacrificed for the sake of young while fighting with the predator. You can see this in our own everyday life. So you can see that how mother is totally fearless and courageous to do anything for our young. And feeding us, likewise becoming our father, providing money, wealth, protection is beyond any estimation. Loving me dearly after having become my siblings, relatives, doing many things again and again is all beyond any estimation. In this way, one were to talk about all kindness of parents, even for duration of eons, it is inexhaustible. The kindness of parents is inestimable. All the blessed milk I have drunk from those who have been my mother cannot be matched even by waters of the 4 great oceans. All the gifts of horses and elephants by those who have been my father will exceed even the world of the Brahma. Other beings are also the same in this regard. With this in mind, one need to recollect all the infinite kindness that we have been bestowed both from our parents. The kindness of mother we could not discuss even for a whole eon. Even though if whole world was filled with gold and we were to repay the kindness of our mother, it could not even match even a iota of it. Second is wishing to repay their kindness. Thus there is no greater shame than not to repay the kindness of this mother, benefit her in return, whose kindness and benefit to me is inconceivable. Therefore I must do my best effort to repay and reward her kindness. What will benefit my mother? It will benefit her if she has happiness, a cause of happiness. At present she is deprived of happiness, causes of happiness. Therefore, with determination, you should say how wonderful it will be if my mother have happiness and possess the cause of happiness. With this sincere thought, I will establish her to have happiness, to become happy at any way. What can I do? With this in mind, you should make prayer. May this become a reality. You should determination to make her happy. You should offer prayer to make her happy. May my mother be happy. May my mother become happy, the cause of happiness. With this determination and whichever way you can make easy to cultivate loving kindness, in this way try to arouse strong loving kindness. Do meditation, either of these according to your preference. Finally think, I do not have the power to establish my mother to have happiness, endow the cause of happiness. Who has the power to bring this happiness to my mother? The Guru and 3 jewels possess the power. Therefore, just as a handicapped mother sees her child drowned in a river, will call for a rescuer, one should then supplicate. When the mother who is handicapped sees her child drowned in the water, she could not do so because of her handicap. She could not swim. She has no power to rescue. She wants to rescue, but she is unable to rescue because she cannot swim. Therefore, she needs to rescue other lifesavers. Lifesavers, you have to ask them. So here, one should seek help from other people. Some people who can swim or skilled rescuers should be sought for help in order to save and rescue one's child. We call for help, don't we? We call out here in order to establish our kind mother to have happiness, cause of happiness, having made prayer to the Guru in the Triple Gem, and generating genuine loving kindness, compassion towards the mother. May the Guru and 3 jewels should know so that my mother have happiness, cause of happiness. If one meditates this way, it will grow a very strong, unconditional loving kindness to arouse strong emotional loving kindness towards your mother. It shouldn't by mere lip service, loving kindness. More artificial loving kindness is not loving kindness. Meaningful loving kindness shouldn't be confused with artificial loving kindness. It is stated, and the distinction of this has been made very clear in the scriptures. There are many forms of transgression, virtue. Some are form of virtue, but in reality they are artificial. They are form only virtue, but lacks action in substance. So from the depth of one's heart, unless we can develop that from depth of our heart, our outward show of loving kindness is not genuine loving kindness. Merely showing form only, the superficial show of loving kindness should not be confused with genuine loving kindness. We need genuine loving kindness. We should learn how to cultivate them. We do not have them yet in our mental continuum. The second is integrating these loving kindness with other relatives. Now think of your father and other relatives with whom one has strong relation in proper sequence, and remember each and of their kindness they give into their life, in your life. They have also been kind to us and benefited us in other lives and protected us from harm in previous lives as parents. Thus think of extending loving kindness to them and say how wonderful it will be if this father and all my relatives have happiness, a cause of happiness, with such determination. I'll establish them in happiness, cause of happiness. That's the intentional, the bodhicitta. May their happiness and cause of happiness is a prayer, supplication. May the gurus and Triple Gem know that my mother have happiness, a cause of happiness. It's a supplication. So there are four of these. There are determination, bodhicitta, prayer, and dedication, and supplication. So the fourth one is supplication. Third is applying this loving kindness with all common people. Then think of all common folks in the village, town, neighbors, others with whom one has social connection through food and material possession, and acknowledge how they too have benefited us in particular way. Think that they too are kind parents and past life again and again. Here we are specifically looking. Here we are specifically looking at those people we have connection with. It's just a partial loving kindness to start stretching to those people who we have strong connection. This is one way to slowly extend your loving kindness to infinite sentient beings. Therefore, wish to repair the kindness. May all of these neighbors and people have happiness and cause of happiness with whom one has food and other material possession and connections. Some kind of common friendship that you have. You should then develop with determination, bodhicitta, and prayer and supplication. You should therefore use these four tools to arouse loving kindness. Infinite loving kindness to all sentient beings. The second is doing the meditation loving kindness to enemies, who's harder to do. Think of some enemies in your mind who have harmed oneself, those who have caused obstacles that affect us. For instance, not loving kindness just to people who love you, or who you love, or people you are from same district or same hometown. If you ignore the other loving kindness, it is not infinite loving kindness. That is a partial loving kindness. It is not Maya and loving kindness. Maya and loving kindness, infinite loving kindness, great loving kindness. These three are all synonymous. Those who have helped or harmed, all without discrimination, we should show loving kindness indiscriminately. Think those people who harm us and cause obstacles, one should think. Although they were my mother from many lifetimes and have rendered loving kindness, protected me from harm, but due to my failure to repay their kindness and reward them with benefits of the past, they have been forced to follow, to claim the unpaid debts, and have instead considered them as enemy or as a demon. These are unpaid debts, like people who have not paid debts are often followed, pursued by debt collectors. I am being pursued by my unpaid debts. All the enemies or the obstacles I'm attracting are my own obstacles. They are totally unfree. They are completely forced by the mutual karmic debt. Both have unequaled. Because of the obscuration of actions and afflictions, and due to transfer of life from life of death, we have been failed to recognize each other, mistakenly perceived as a harmer and harmed, have become deluded by power of anger, losing the freedom and engaged in mutually doing harm, have become distanced unnecessarily. As Virupa says, although these harm causes are my mother and helped me again and again in the past, losing the freedom as a mad person, unwholesome action brought us to this Avicii hill. Such is the saying, and thus think of them as kind mother sentient being, resolved to repay kindness. There's another scribal error in the Tibetan. Thus, just as all sentient beings are limitless, one should generate loving kindness to all sentient beings. Apply loving kindness to all sentient beings. Because sentient beings are limitless, there's not a single one of the sentient beings who have not been our parents. Furthermore, there have been parents many times, render much love and loving kindness, protect us from harm and danger. It is only due to the action, afflictions, the change of life, death and rebirth, one has failed to recognize each other. It is due to change of life and death, mutually we have failed to recognize who each other are. Therefore, we're treating each other as if no one is anything. Therefore, it's improper right now to disregard them as if there nothing has between us. Therefore, generating desire to repay the kindness, one should repay. May all Mother Sentient be happiness, cause of happiness. Sometimes do meditation about as going through each of the 6 realms separately, starting with the hell realm, beings in steps, thinking, may all Mother Sentient beings in the hells have happiness, the cause of happiness. Then think of all the sentient beings in the hell realms. May all sentient beings in hell have happiness, cause of happiness. May they have happiness, cause of happiness. So you use the 4 tools, pray, supplicate, and show determination. Likewise, then may they have happiness, cause of happiness in other realms, then hungry ghosts, animals, then humans, demigods, gods, and each of the 6 realms in sequence or randomly. By doing this, you can develop loving kindness. Say we talk about continents, we talk about 6 continents. You can meditate 1 continent first, 2nd continent, then 1 country and another country. So one can develop from different groups of religious denominations or Buddhist or other religious denominations like Hindus, Christians, non-believers, believers. So you can slowly meditate may they have happiness and cause of happiness, so that one has to extend to the such that your mind is moved and tearful until you develop, until you change, improve and develop, cultivate, give a strong boost in your mind to develop a genuine loving kindness. So you have to check whether you are doing this or not. For instance, today you are listening to the teaching. After this session over, you might go to the circumambulate stupa. There you see many people there. May all loving, genuine loving kindness to all the people I see today. Whoever I'm going to see today, whether I meet them, know them, they're strangers or a good person or not so good person, whatever conduct, whatever all beings they appear to me, may I'm going to loving kindness to each of them. Tomorrow I will do, day after tomorrow. Like that you will slowly, gradually train step by step, and you will move, you can change, you can transform and develop strong growth. One thing is, this is one thing in the text and study. Sometimes you criticize people, always talk about someone's flaws. That is totally contradicting to your thoughts and actions. So dharma and meaning are going contradicting. Thought, one think of sentient beings. First think of, in application also you should do the show tenderness and loving kindness in action. If you do this, then we will be able to generate loving kindness, develop loving kindness. The more you generate loving kindness, that much you will see the quality, habit, the person's conduct will all improve. You can see the incredible transformation. Therefore, loving kindness is the most incredibly, essentially necessary practice. Loving kindness is the core of being a follower of teachings of the Buddha and the Dharma in particular and Mahayana teaching. Generally, we have this tendency to like somebody, not like others. At that time, we should straight away think, I shouldn't allow myself to remain such a bias and discriminatory like this. Then you should remember the teaching. Then what you heard teaching today is helping you to remedy that kind of mind by causing bias, against some bias for somebody. All these are obstacles. This brings huge obstacle for your progress and benefit, particularly to practice Mahayana teaching. They become the main hindrance. So do not let that sway go under the sway of such hindrances. Sometimes we may go under the sway of affliction because we are ordinary. It's fairly difficult to be consistently, but you should try your best, try to strive diligence and to put lots of effort, put your effort, squeeze all the effort into that, try to drop the wrong thoughts, selfish thoughts, develop loving kindness, but reject those unloving thoughts and replace them with loving thoughts. If you develop wrong thoughts, do not let it continue. Discontinue it. By loving kindness, you can discontinue the hating thoughts. Loving kindness, remembering loving kindness can prevent you from hating for long. The ill will not continue if you develop loving kindness. Therefore, loving kindness should be generated to kind. Best way to repay the kindness to our parents. To repay kindness means you have to repay kindness in accordance with the Dharma. The repaying kindness to our parents, sentient beings, not according to Dharma. In monasteries, for instance, there are monks and nuns. They are very young monks and nuns. They are small. Some of their parents are very good. They really send their boys and girls to the boys. Some parents are almost putting peer pressure that you don't stay in monastery, I want you to stay good in the monastery, otherwise almost give a big blackmail them if you don't stay in monastery. Some parents actually bring the children home saying, we need you to come at home, stop being a monk and nun. Parents, some children have to go and listen to parents, thinking parents are so kind. So maybe one should some people have to give up their vows, but instead repay the kindness. Parents, if they go back to go back to parents, is not really going to repay kindness. So observing one's vows and precepts is more precious than repaying the kindness. So while relying on the very firm foundation of self-discipline of Vinaya, even if parents say give such kind of threat, one should not exchange one's precious precepts. Then it will be very harmful for oneself to transgress oneself, and also it will be letting parents to commit such heavy deeds, negative deeds, and either negative deeds committed by oneself or forced by others, or all non-virtues indeed. So that will allow negative deeds committed by oneself as well as one's parents. So, for instance, parents who are not well learned in Dharma and give us good, bad advice saying we have to come home, give up being a monk and nun, you should say that, parents, we know your hardships, but I have strong need to observe these Vinaya rules. If I give up and come out, this will be mutually destructive to you and me. I will not be able to really do much benefit and help you. So we need to learn to explain to our parents why remaining very strong and firm and truthful to your vows and precepts is very important. But when we say repaying kindness, doesn't mean that you should misinterpret the meaning of repaying kindness by giving up vows because of the parental pressure. Some parents, not all parents are like that, I don't mean that, but it's possible that one or two might have such situation. When such thing happens, it's very important we have to explain in order that you do not go under sway of their peer pressure. Generally, loving kindness is very, very important. It is the root of the Mahayana teachings. Whoever has, when we talk loving kindness in relation to Vajrayana, whoever too we develop loving kindness to, if you give up loving kindness to every one sentient being, if you give up loving one sentient being, it's a transgression in Vajrayana vows. It is one of the downfalls. This transgressions of root vow is giving up loving kindness to even one sentient being. It's the fourth transgression of Vajrayana vows, giving up loving kindness to even just one with ill will. If you do that, remember that you are transgressing your Vajrayana vows. What else you think you're holding? Therefore, the hell is the only result if you give up loving kindness to one sentient being. So, but if you, just as it's harmful to give up loving kindness, it is extremely meritorious to meditate on loving kindness. So we have to repair the kindness, and we have to practice kindness, compassion, bodhicitta. Then we can repay the kindness. We can repay the kindness by practicing loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta. By giving up one's vows can never repair the kindness. It has never been recommended either in the sutra or tantra. In the sutra it mentions as measurable. Even if your body you may dare to give up your life, but never should give up one's vows to any pressure. This should be understood by everyone of all ages, particularly those of you should tell to your young and the younger ones, so that they do not misinterpret under some pressure. The benefit of meditating on loving kindness, incredible. Loving kindness is great. Generating loving kindness to sentient beings is far more meritorious than making offering to the whole Bodhisattva by filling your universe with all riches. Even if you make daily offerings, fill the whole universe, every day you want to fill with the riches to Buddhas, every day will not be matched, cannot be matched, even the meditating on loving kindness cannot be matched by offering so many things every day to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, feeling the various universes. So loving kindness meditation is far more superior than making vast offering to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The second is doing meditation on compassion to remove the sufferings of others. There are three. Common compassion direct to sentient beings. There are three compassion. First is compassion direct to sentient beings. It is wishing to remove suffering from sentient beings and its objects if sentient beings who are inflicted by suffering. Suffering torments both physical and mind inner beings who are inflicted by suffering caused by unwholesome deeds created by three doors. Of the three compassion. Here the object of compassion, sentient beings. There are three types of suffering: suffering of suffering, suffering of change, all pervasive conditioning sufferings. Generally speaking, think of suffering, suffering of three lower realms. Suffering of change refers to suffering of the chakras and Brahma. Powerful become weak, rich become poor, and then all pervasive conditioning suffering is the endlessness of activity, discontentment, weariness of being born again and again. There are many such all-pervasive sufferings of conditioning. To do the meditation, you should think the mother in front of you. Think of your mother devoted for many lifetimes, and just as we thought mother before, think of your mother, think of the loving kindness mother who gave you body, the wealth, and all things she taught you. This mother constantly do many things, all for my well-being, again and again. Let herself wander in samsara. What a pity that she had to endure numerous difficulties with her choice, was inflicted with many suffering for long. She dared to rise early, sleep late, lose sleep. She dared to fight and conflict with others for the protection of my well-being. Having done so much, she is now wandering in the samsara for so long time. How could it's very important that I repay her kindness. She should be free from suffering, the cause of suffering. That would help her. Right now, she is totally submerged in suffering. Cause of suffering are very many unwholesome deeds that she is totally burdened by. Therefore, may this mother's being happy, free, have happiness, so free from suffering and the cause of suffering. May I generate compassion. May she be free from suffering and cause of suffering. You should pray. May she be free from suffering and cause of suffering. May Buddha's Bodhisattva bless her. Supplication. So in this way, determination, prayer, bodhicitta, and supplication, the four tools should be applied with compassion. Extremely important practice. Chandrakirti said that it is said that all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Shravakas, all of them became what they are as a result of generating cultivation of compassion. At the very beginning, Chandrakirti made supplication to compassion instead of paying homage to Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Reason for this is because compassion is the Shravakas, Pratikas, Buddhas came from the Buddha's teaching. Buddhahood comes from Bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas arise from three causes. The non-dual bodhicitta, compassion, only from this arises Buddhahood. The most of the important, crucial cause of this is compassion. So hence, this compassion is just like the seed at the beginning, and the water in the middle, and the harvest, the fruit in the end, at the end. So at the beginning, the seed, in the middle, it's like water and fertility, first fertilizer, third as the actual crops. So therefore we as a beginning, in the middle, we need compassion from the beginning, in the middle, and finally when we reach Buddhahood also we need the compassion. Compassion is therefore indispensable in all three stages. In the unification of compassion and wisdom, you could not have wisdom without the so strong base of compassion. Without compassion, you can't enter into the door of Mahayana, rather than attaining Buddhahood. Therefore, compassion is a very important. It is stated in a text that if a king were to be invited, if you invite a king and when you invite the king, all the entourage member will come necessarily. If you invite the king, all his entourage minister will necessarily travel. You don't have to invite the rest. Likewise, if you cultivate pure compassion, infinite compassion, great compassion, then all the other related virtue, you don't have to specifically, all the wholesome qualities of your mind will naturally, simultaneously develop with the great compassion. Compassion is extremely important. In the Mahayana teachings, without compassion, one cannot become Mahayanist. If you don't have great compassion, one cannot become Bodhisattva. To concept of Bodhisattva, got three causes. The root cause is, main cause is a great compassion. If you without having the main cause, you cannot become Bodhisattva. Therefore, without compassion, you cannot become Mahayanist. You cannot become bodhicitta. You cannot become a bodhisattva. Full stop. Therefore, compassion is a necessary cause to enter into the Mahayanist door. One must develop compassion into one's mental continuum. Thus one should learn to extend this feeling of compassion to your father, to all sentient beings who too are submerged in suffering and doing wrong actions and submerged in suffering. We should develop compassion. How wonderful will it be if they are free from suffering and the cause of suffering. So with a strong sense of determination, prayer, supplication, dedication, and generation of bodhicitta, you should apply all the four tools to arouse compassion towards sentient beings of all persuasions. Likewise, with these enemies also have been one's mother for many times, who loved, helped, and protected me from harm in the past. They have been kind to me many times. What a pity that now, by not recognizing me due to their deep confusion, they are doing harmful things to me. How wonderful it would be if all who appear to be harmed became free of suffering, cause of suffering. Because of change of life and death, we do not recognize each other. Instead, both are laden by the harm, and therefore we are harming each other mutually. May they be free from suffering and cause of suffering. How wonderful will it be they become free from suffering and the cause of suffering. With this in mind, you should extend that to all sentient beings, as to all realms of existence, the six and all the six continents, maybe different religious denomination with various ethnicities, all to all sentient beings. We should, to all beings that we know of their existence, one should extend the compassion to all sentient beings. One should strive, we should train, you should tame your mind until it becomes so pliant that is heedful to do this. When we practice Dharma, the main objective is to tame our wild mind, then to gain liberation and omniscience. When you practice Dharma, doesn't mean no change whatsoever in your attitude. Your mental continuum is rigid and stiff as before, but you are just amassing various concepts of practice outer Dharma. It's not Dharma. There was a house owner. He has quite few tenants. He has few tenants. The people the owner said, you people are reciting a lot of mantras, but you don't seem to have any change in your behavior. They complained, I heard. People seem to appear outward practice Dharma, reciting mantras and the like, but one has to, main purpose is to change and transform, change our mental continuum. Instead of merely reciting mantras, it has not great benefit. You should therefore tame and change and transform very meaningful practice. Meaningful practice of loving kindness and compassion to get rid of their antithesis. All these sentient beings, no one has been been my father and mother. They have been kind to many times. What a pity by not recognizing due to the deep confusion. It's such a sad thing that to leave them neglected. Therefore try to repay their kindness. May they be free from suffering, a cause of suffering. May the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas bless. I should make sure they become free of suffering, a cause of suffering. And may I pray to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, they be free from suffering, cause of suffering. And then likewise, second is compassion direct to phenomena. Sentient beings are suffering because they are obscured by ignorance. So that is how wonderful it will be if sentient beings become free of ignorance, cause of suffering. The main way to free them from suffering, cause of suffering, is their ability to get rid of ignorance. Third is compassion with no object. All phenomena do not truly exist in their own. Failing to realize this, they grasp things as real, and consequently that confusion has perpetually created suffering. What a pity. One should think this and then meditate. How wonderful it would be sentient beings become free from this perpetually created suffering. Having done this, heard and reflected on these teachings, thus one should do the meditation. As before, one should do the meditation thoroughly after having heard and listened to the teachings, apply them into meditation as discussed above. Sorry. First we have to do the loving kindness meditation. Whether one's mother is alive or deceased. So I will read quickly because I've already done one reading explaining thoroughly first. Whether your mother is alive or deceased, you should think of her facial appearance. Think of the body, gift of giving this body. She's carried me for 9 to 10 months. She relied on food and conduct that according to my needs, gave up her own that are harmful for my needs. She generated and gave me both body. Therefore, remember the kindness given the body. After I was born, I was helpless, was unable to feed food by hand in the mouth. Verbally, I was able to communicate. Mentally, I didn't know what to adopt, to reject. There instead letting me perish, she rendered me with loving kindness, and our thought looked at me with a kind eye, called me by sweet name, kept my delicate warm body warm by touching her warmth of her body, fed me with her own warm breast milk, protect me from the dangers, and she taught me everything that I know. She faced many hardships. She taught me everything to what is to adopt and what to abandon. She faced many hardships on my behalf while risking her own danger. And those money that she saved, with great miserliness, she dared to spend everything on me. Even she took loan that she didn't own money so that I can be brought up, educated, clothed properly. So everything like this, all sentient beings have my kind mother. For all sentient beings have me mother. Being born as an animal and being protected by my kind mother is beyond my estimation. Being born, working as a fisherman or butcher, feeding me as the children, is beyond any estimation. Being born as an animal, protected from harm's way, and feeding me her own breast milk, and killing others animals and feeding me is also beyond any estimation. So with this, try to think how much great hardships. Likewise, there are countless times that there have been father and other relatives who have done many things, kindness to rendered upon me. So if I do not repay their kindness with kindness, it would be such a shame and embarrassment. So therefore, I must render loving kindness and compassion to my mother. Right now, I have no power to make her happiness a cause of happiness. With strong sense of determination, and with prayer, and with supplication, and one should extend loving kindness. Since we lack the power to give her loving kindness and compassion, we pray to the Triple Gem. And just as a handicapped mother sees a child drown in water, cannot rescue, as she do not know how to swim, she need to seek a rescuer to help. May the Guru and Three Jewels should know, so that my mother have happiness and cause of happiness. One should meditate in this way and will grow unconditional loving kindness. Like that, you will integrate the loving kindness to do with the father and other close friends and relatives kindly in front of your eyes, who they are, how much loving and kind, compassionate they have been to you, and try to repay them with loving kindness exactly like you do to your mother. They have been my kind mother and parent at many lifetimes. They too have rendered me all kindness, protect me from hardships, risk their life, given me everything they have, taught me everything they knew. May they have happiness, cause of happiness. May they be free from suffering or cause of suffering. May the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas bless to have happiness, cause of happiness. Likewise, you go to extend this to your neighbors and your fellow people in your society, and extend the loving kindness to whomever you have some close connection, either through food or job or whatever relationship makes you to have connection to. Try to practice and be bent on to show loving kindness to them, never to show anything opposite, and do the four tools of generating loving kindness like before to them as well. May they have happiness and cause of happiness. And then how to do meditation on compassion. It's the italic version on each section is the one we're referring to. She has been constantly doing many things, all for my well-being, again and again. Let herself wander in samsara. What a pity that she had to endure numerous difficulties without choice, was inflicted with these many suffering for so long. I should repay her kindness with kind acts and her beneficial by offering a reward. What will I need to do to help her directly it will help to become free of suffering, and indirectly it will help her if she becomes free of a habit of unwholesome action, which are the causes of her suffering. But at present, the opposite is the case, in the sense she is directly enduring suffering and indirectly indulging in severe form of habits of unwholesome actions, the causes of her own suffering. What a pity. I must make sure that she be free from suffering and cause of suffering. May she be free from them. May the Buddhas and Gurus bless her to realize this. With this in mind, you use the 4 tools as above. With the determination, with the bodhicitta, with prayer and supplication. How wonderful we. Since I lack any power to do that, may the triple gem, may the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas help me like a helpless mother who is handicapped to help sentient beings. Likewise, you should extend this practice of compassion to father and other relatives and close family and to all sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and the cause of suffering. How wonderful it will be they're free from suffering, because one should do whatever one can to do that. One should pray that they become free and the cause of free from sufferings. They have been my mother numerous times, so many times. They have been kind to me. They protect me from harm. That due to the confusion, I failed to recognize each other. Therefore, to see them as an enemy is a wrong. This is due to the change of life we have mistaken and failed to recognize. I should not let this sway me anymore. Therefore, one should arouse genuine compassion. All of them have been my mother sentient beings. They also have protected me from harm due to change of life, due to death. We have failed to recognize each other. Due to this deep confusion, there is a mutual misconnection and lack of understanding. May they be free from suffering because of suffering. May genuine strong determination, prayer, supplication, and meditate. Likewise, do the meditation, compassion directed to phenomena. Sentient beings are suffering because they are obscured by ignorance. How wonderful it would be sentient beings to become free of actual ignorance, the real cause of suffering. Not realizing them as lack of true existing. This is compassion without object. All phenomena do not exist in any way, including the suffering. Failing to realize that they have grasped to self as real and other as real, attachment to one, aversion to another, this confusion has perpetually created the suffering. In order to revise one more so that you do not forget and remember this teaching very clearly in your mind, think of your mother as clearly as possible in front of you, whether alive or deceased, and arouse strong affection and loving kindness. Try to bring a clear image of your mother's face. This is my mother, this is my kind mother, this is my kind old mother. She has faced many hardships, sacrificed many things. She carried me many months in her womb. She faced all hardships. She risked all the dangers herself. She giving me a body. She taught me I couldn't communicate. I didn't know anything, what is right and what is wrong. I couldn't protect myself from any danger. But she gave me everything. She gave me warmth by her warmth of her body. She fed me sweet milk from her own breast. She gave me everything she has saved that she did not dare to use. She taught me everything what I know, how to walk, how to talk, how not to fall from in dangerous places, how not to wander off in the wrong places. She faced enormous sufferings. She would rather let her to go cold or miss her meal on time. Rather, she would feed warm and fresh food to me, choicest food. Therefore, she dared to do anything for my benefit. She could never stop thinking of me. She cannot dare part me from anywhere. Even if she did, she would hire others to look after me. Even if she went away, she couldn't still keep thinking of me, dare not to part, even for a moment. This kind of countless kindness that Mother has rendered to me is immeasurable. Likewise, this kind of loving kindness that sentient beings have rendered to me as my mother in each of those lives are countless. Just like this present life Mother has rendered the kindness, just like my father, just like any other close relatives, friends have rendered kindness, each and in every life I have been everyone's object of love. They have given me everything like this present Mother have done. So they have given me horses, their elephants, whatever they have possessed. So one has to make a now motivation to repay their kindness. No point thinking of the kindness and as a lip service, but make a resolute decision to repay the kindness of Mother. What will benefit Mother? She will be benefited by happiness and cause of happiness. Well, wonderful if I can create happiness and cause of happiness. Therefore, you should develop strong determination, prayer, supplication to the Gurus and Bodhisattvas so that my mother become happy and we have cause of happiness. Since we are powerless, it's only the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas power. Just like a handicapped mother cannot rescue her child drowned in the water, so she needs to seek advice and help from others who can rescue. Therefore, I will seek blessings from Gurus and Triple Gem. Likewise, one should extend loving kindness to one's father and the relatives, the brothers, sisters, all people with close connection. They too have been my mother and father in many lives. They all are equally been loving and kind, did everything like this present mother did in each and every my life. May they have happiness, cause of happiness. May they be free from may they have happiness, cause of happiness. Supplicate, pray, and make determination. May they make them to have happiness and cause of happiness. All of the sentient beings, having been mother so many lifetimes, you should therefore extend and make all sentient beings included within your range of object of loving kindness, so that no sentient beings is excluded, but all are included in sequence. Have developed sense of pity that mother sentient beings have suffered so long. So develop compassion to think of your mother in front of you and how is she suffering, and have the causes of suffering that are actions and afflictions, not knowing what she is. Think of one mother of this lifetime and all the great suffering she has endured in previous and these lifetimes. How can I repay her kindness and protect her from suffering and cause of suffering? Her suffering is caused by her afflictions and wrong actions, but yet she is not free. She is totally indulged in the suffering and cause of suffering. May she be free from suffering and the cause of suffering. How wonderful it will be that she become free from this problem. So you should strong determination, bodhicitta, prayer, and supplication to the to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, since we lack the power to rescue her from the suffering and cause of suffering, may the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, just like a handicapped mother is unable to rescue her child drowning in the water, we too, having lacked any power, therefore develop compassion and pray to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas that we may be enabled to do that. Likewise, you extend this to all sentient beings like father and other relatives and close associates. May they be free from harm and cause of harm. May they be free from suffering or cause of suffering. May Buddhas and Bodhisattvas bless them for them to be free from suffering and cause of suffering. They also extend it to people who are relatively harmful to you. These two, due to our mutual karmic debts, have seen as these, but they also should be free from suffering and cause of suffering. Then we extend it to all sentient beings of 6 realms of existence. None of them there's not a single sentient being who have not been my mothers in the past. So therefore, may all of these sentient beings be free from suffering, cause of suffering. All of them equally do not wish to suffer, and only if they knew how to be free from suffering and cause of, they too will be free from suffering and cause of suffering. Yet they are blinded by the ignorance. They are not deprived of the ability to get rid of the cause of suffering. So develop devotion to be able to do that. Likewise, you extend, meditate directed to the meditation on compassion directed phenomena. Sentient beings are suffering because they are obscured by ignorance. How wonderful it will be that all sentient become free of ignorance, cause of suffering. Then compassion without object. All phenomena do not truly exist in their own nature. Failing to realize they grasp things as real, and consequently that confusion that has perpetually created the suffering. Once again, to recap one more time, do the refuge and cultivation of bodhicitta and do the supplication first, then do the specific topic meditation, and in addition to that, then you do this review. This is my mother. Again, think of her in front of you clearly. Kindness of giving you body, teaching what she knows, facing all the hardships, having given us this body that is our life. Think of the number of months that she held us in her womb. She gave us this body. We are totally helpless when we are born like a worm. Instead, letting us perish, she rendered us with a tender loving kindness, looked at us with kind eyes, called us by sweet name, kept our delicate body warm by touching her warmth of our own body, fed us with our warm breast milk, protected us from dangers of fire, waterfalls, guarded us from the harmfulness of heat and cold. She dared not to part from us even for a moment, looked after us with tender love and kindness. Likewise, she taught us everything, how to eat and drink, we did not know. She taught us how to walk and sit, we did not know. She taught us how to speak and converse, which we did not know. She introduced us and taught every single words and meanings of things and objects. It taught us what to adopt, what to reject. She is indeed very kind. She faced many hardships. She's sleepless at night. She had many sleepless nights, worked so hard until her own feet and hands cracked. She saved money she dared not to use for herself. She dared not to spend any money, but she didn't hesitate to spend on our well-being. She spent all her savings for our well-being. that fulfill our wishes. She worked so hard until hands and feet become cracked. She had nothing to think but do beside everything for our well-being. She cared for us much dearer than her own life. Her kindness to us is enduring hardships indeed very great. It's beyond imagination how much kindness someone can render to anyone. But yet we have been recipient of such kindness of Mother. Likewise, others being kindness, wishing to repay kindness. Once you know the kindness of our parents, it's very important to resolute to repay the kindness. It would be shame not to do anything to repay the kindness and neglect them in their aging and frail period. Therefore, I must do my best to repay kindness and reward her kindness. What will benefit my mother? It will benefit her if she has happiness, cause of happiness. At present, she is deprived of this. Therefore, with strong determination and prayer and supplication, one should try very hard to cultivate strong loving kindness towards one's mother, and pray to the Triple Gem that we have power to bless with loving kindness towards her. Right now, we are as handicapped mother who couldn't save her child, so therefore we should pray to the Guru and Triple Gem should know, so that our mother has happiness, a cause of happiness. Then integrate this with one's father and other relatives in stages, slowly in sequence. Then remember each of their kindness given in this life and acknowledge them and be resolute to repay their kindness. May they have happiness and cause of happiness. I will establish them happiness, cause of happiness. May they have happiness, cause of happiness. May the Guru and Triple Gem know that my mother has happiness, cause of happiness. In this way, you will learn to extend this to your neighbors, friends, other associates, whoever with have connection. They too have benefited us in a particular way. Think they too are kind parents in our past life again and again. Then with this wish to repay their kindness, so you should, may they have happiness, cause of happiness, etc. with the four truths. Even people who have harmed us, enemies, we should think that they, due to unrecognized mother, from past life they have been our mothers. Due to unpaid debts in the past, they have been reborn and they were pushed by karma to be reborn this way. But otherwise, they too have been our one's mother. Although they have been my mother many times, we have rendered loving kindness, protect us from harm, but due to my failure to repay the kindness and reward them with benefits of the past, they have been forced to follow the claim the unpaid debts and have instead considered as enemy, as demon. Because of this obscuration of actions and affliction, due to the transfer of life and death, we have both failed to recognize each other, mistakenly perceived as harmer and harmed, and have become deluded by the power of mutual anger, losing the freedom and engaging mutually doing harmful things, have become distant unnecessarily. But in reality, we are as close as parents are as the children. So therefore, may all beings have happiness and cause of happiness. So in this way, you should extend that to all sentient beings. The benefit of meditating on loving kindness will not be matched even by making offerings. So much wealth and riches filling the many universe to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. I skipped something. I'm sure I have too. It's due to mutual harm caused to each other in the past. This life, unfinished karma of the past, we are now manifesting to each other as harm and harmer. So therefore, Master Virupa said, although these harm causers are my mother, have helped me again and again in the past. Losing the freedom as a mad person, unwholesome actions have brought avicii hell. Such is the saying. Thus think of them as kind mother sentient beings, resolved to repay their kindness. There is no single sentient being who have been our mothers. Therefore, one need to extend one's loving kindness to all sentient beings. It is improper to discriminate sentient beings. Therefore, may all the Mother Sentient Beings, happiness and cause of happiness, do the rest as the four tools as above. Generating loving kindness to all sentient beings is far more superior, meritorious than making regular daily offering to Buddhas with immeasurable and various offerings filling the tens of millions of Buddha realms. Bring your mother in your attention in front of you. Think of this is my mother, this is my kind mother, this is my kind old mother, this is my kind old frail mother, this is my kind old frail mother. She should be free from suffering and cause of suffering, but she's completely helpless. She's instead indulging in afflictions and actions that are totally contrary to become cause of happiness. They are the real cause of suffering and cause of suffering. Yet she's completely unable to know the cause of suffering and free from suffering. Thus try to wish her free from suffering and the cause of suffering. Since we are helpless to free her from suffering, cause of suffering, just like a helpless mother who cannot rescue her child drowned in water, we too should call the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and develop loving compassion to mother. Likewise, extend this to father and other relatives and family members. What a pity how deeply inflicted suffering sentient beings are by their suffering and the cause of suffering. What a pity they are creating and indulging in the very action that is causing the suffering. How wonderful it would be that all these sentient beings be free from suffering and the cause of. Likewise, these enemies have been my mothers for many times, who loved to help and protect me from harm. They have been kind to me. What a pity now you do not recognize me due to their deep confusion. They are doing harmful things. How wonderful it would be if all who appear to be harmed become free of suffering and the cause of suffering. In this way, learn to bring them in your attention, develop my mother sentient beings. There's not a single one who have been my mother. They have been very kind. They protect me from harm. Due to the karma and affliction, we have failed to recognize each other. Therefore, it is improper to continue to. Therefore, I should instead repay their kindness and develop free from suffering, from compassion. May they be free from suffering, cause of suffering. Make supplication, prayer, determination, general bodhicitta, and pray to the triple gem. May there be suffering and cause of suffering. And then direct the compassion directly. All sentient beings are suffering because of the obscure ignorance. How wonderful it would be if sentient beings become free of suffering on the cause of suffering. All phenomena do not really truly exist in their nature. Failing to realize, they grasp things as real, self and others, like suffering. Consequently, the confusion has perpetually created suffering. What a pity. One should think this and meditate. How wonderful it would be if all suffering sentient beings, the causes of naturally non-existing sentient, become extinct. At all times, you should always wonderful it would be all sentient beings become happy and free from suffering, cause of suffering. What wonderful if they are happiness. If they conduct themselves virtues. You should learn to try to develop mindfulness and introspection, dedication of the merits, and try to incorporate this into everyday conduct is very important. Developing a strong renunciation of samsara in this way with the preliminary and main meditation on loving kindness and compassion, loving kindness. This is the today's meditation topic has now concluded. Yes, Ta
and the teachings of the Buddha, just by mere explanation or just by verbal teaching, it is useless. If you look at the previous times, in the snow region of Tibet, the great Lotao Ngok Lotsawa, Lodin Sherab, was said to be, he was unmatchable when it comes to exposition, the skill of exposition, because he spent most of his time translating and teaching the sutras and tantras, sutras and the Buddha Vajanas, Shastras. And that time, Lama Kalua Shambo, the great Lama Kalua, who was teaching one of the teaching on Lojong at the time, and so at that time there was a question and answer session, and so Ngok Lotsawa was asked a question, and the answer was not properly given. So the Kalua actually scolded the questioner because he said that you translated, you talk all the time, you taught all the time. It's good that you are scholarly, but you still are a scholar that who cannot distinguish between good and bad, or doesn't have the practice over the compassion and loving kindness. So when he heard this call, Ngok Lozawa felt very discouraged, and he reflected upon himself. So he realized finally that at the age of 52, he, with the thought of remorse, he passed away at a very young age of 52. So therefore, the teachings of the Buddha is not merely limited to just teaching only, verbally. It's useless. Therefore, we must today try to cultivate this loving and kindness during this experiential teaching vision. So therefore, at this point, it is useless just to merely recognize or identify the meaning of these two words, because just the mere identification of the words it's become similarly like the container, the container where you kept the butter. So the container never transforms into butter. In the same way, the one who received the teaching in the same manner becomes very stone-headed like that container, not transforming into butter, which is the teaching actually. So therefore, this becomes a grave danger in a part of a life of a practitioner. So when there's a grave danger of becoming one very solid like that container. So therefore, by keeping this mind, it is said that it's very difficult to teach to those who have been teaching for many years. It's rather easy to teach to those newcomers because it's more easy for them to transform their mind. So therefore, there are similar anecdotes and stories related to this. So the Potowa Rinchen, the great Lama, at one time has a familiar old lady who frequently visited him at one time. So at the time when Atisha was dead, Atisha always used to say, always practice kindness and kindness. So how we should practice this kindness that you frequently teach about? And then it was replied, you have your son who's called Thuritag. So when your son faces difficulty, when he fall into sickness, so whenever there's an obstacle to your son, how much difficulty you have, how much pain you have. So you know those, so you know that. So the old lady replied by saying, I know that experience of feeling pain and happiness. So in this similar way, if you can, to all the villagers all the sentient beings in this village. If you can you really feel that same pain and joy to every one of them in this village? And the old man and the old lady said, said, alas, and it's impossible. Even if she tried hundreds of times. Therefore, you finally realize the meaning of the kindness. So kindness means which is to attain the joy and be with the cause of joy. So this should not be understood from different perspective of nature, resultant aspect, and divisions. So even though if you know from different perspective, this only becomes a cause of pride which becomes the cause of samsara. Therefore, one should not try to just limit the theoretical understanding. Therefore, one should be more wide and expand your view. Whoever you meet, whoever the monks or whoever the sanghas come across this kind of stories, one should really try to feel and feel sensitive towards this kind of stories, and try to feel that pain and joy. The time right now is to show you the real essence of the impermanence, the real essence of the kindness, the real transforming, pointing your mind towards the direction of the renunciations and so forth. Other than that, there's no more key points that one should spend time on. So those other difficult parts is actually not ready for you at this time. Therefore, the time right now is to, if you just spend your time just wondering that, or just if you just spend your time just talking about the biasness, all these good qualities of kindness and so forth will be lost. So therefore, one should, if one spend your whole life like this, then it becomes the example just like the butter and the container, which never becomes one. So in the same way, if in this time, if we just spend and think about buying houses, cars, and so forth, the mind is still, that it is a very clear sign that your mind is not or has not been still met encounter with the spiritual Dharma. So we are so impatient that even when we feel thirsty, we are still crying for a cup of water. That much impatient we are. So therefore, all this problem is not related to one individual, but to everyone, including those wearing the robes. So we take it very lightly. We take it for granted. We always talk about kindness and compassion all the time. But when somebody shows you some unbearable uncharacter, but you right in front of the person, you just scold and become biased, and you scold and you criticize them. In the same way, when you do some small amount of virtuous action, you try to expose them and advertise them. So therefore, so if you are really trying to show off the good things, why don't you show off your bad deeds also? So you always expect when you do something good, you have a high expectation. So this kind of mental pattern is actually against the practice of the mind, kindness and compassion. In the ancient time, there was a story again. So there was a person who always used to show off that he tried to do good things in front of other people. So at that time, so there was one family who actually came to that person and said, we have a sheep which we want to release for life, so we want to give it to you. So at that time, he took that advantage to show off. So if he cut a piece out of the sheep with the budget, people will know and he will feel ashamed. So what he tried to do is he tied the sheep from the and then pressed with his legs, and then he tried to kill with the knife and the sheep made a sound at that point, and the neighbor actually heard the noise and then asked, "Oh, practitioner, what are you doing with the sheep?" And he replied by saying he made a false. He lied by saying that I'm just making a love to the sheep, so that's why it's making a sound. So therefore, this shows that we are like that. We like to show off the good things that we do, but we always hide the bad things. So we have to think about this matter, and so wherever you meet, whatever number of teachers you meet, whatever number of dharma you encounter, there is a saying that if you know one, everything becomes liberated. So whenever you go to listen to the teachings, whatever teachings there are, may just out of them, just one of the teaching, may I be able to perfect that. And may I be able to, even though numbers of faults I have, maybe just one single fault, may I be able to purify that perfectly. So in this way, if you are single-pointedly practicing, so the importance of loving kindness, compassion, if you try to analyze that, from the perspective of path, result, and basis, is all same. Where is the unity of the method or the wisdom, or the compassion of the emptiness, this non-duality that we talk about, means that even during the path we practice the same thing, during the basis we practice the same thing. Even in the resultant state, we have to practice, perfect the compassion in a non-dual manner. So to become practice like that, one have to practice more on the bodhicitta, practice the two kind of bodhicitta. Therefore, the bodhicitta becomes very key, that if you are not properly practicing the two kind of bodhicitta, it's impossible to achieve the Buddhahood. So this bodhicitta center around the key of the compassion. So when we now comes to the part of compassion, the compassion must be relied on, or maybe should be based on the kindness and loving kindness. So this loving kindness must be the one, by focusing on the sentient beings to have the happiness and the cause of happiness. And when such thing happens, it's such a joyful feeling for myself. So these are kind of a practice which is called the loving kindness, which becomes the basis for the compassion, which becomes the basis for the bodhicitta. But this is very difficult for us. So therefore, it's very difficult, but we have a method, we have a solution. So the solution is that the loving kindness is not naturally born. Some people who are fortunate to have great propensity, maybe they have a good, easy way to gain loving kindness. But those who don't have this advantage of strong propensity, they have to always feel gratitude. They all should always remember the greatness and gratitude. And that's the cause of generating the kindness. And especially these gratitude should be focused at the first stage towards your own mother, which you mostly know about, which was taught before in the previous section of the class. So, like for example, when you are born as a globe of flesh from the womb of a mother, you have no idea what's. But at that very stage, when you have no idea what you are, but your mother has been taking care of you with loving kindness. So therefore, if you are not able to repay the kindness to such mother, it becomes the cause of lower realms. Therefore, so when you look at the limitless loving and kindness our parents give to the children, even at some point, a parent is able to give up their own life for their own children. So when you are in pain, the relatives or whatever relatives or cousins you have, they will not be able to sacrifice just like the one a mother can risk for. Therefore, the gratitude one should be focused without any forgetfulness is about the gratitude of the mother. So therefore, one should always feel close to the mothers. So so when we say remembering the gratitude of mother, for example, you don't feel cold because your mother gives you warm clothes during the winter. When you feel thirsty, she gives you water. But there will be a time when you and your mother will have some argument. At that time, you will feel angry towards the mother. So therefore, in one of so there's one of the quotation from the Bodhisattva's text where it said that even though we are not able to feel the difficulty, we are not going to face the harsh reality of difficulty. We act like we are a real, genuine practitioner. So this is useless. So at one time there was in Angari, a lot of scholars and masters came to Angari to invite Choja Palden Adisha. At that time, Adisha was in the state of embodiment of the compassion. So whenever he traveled from that perspective, he will feel compassionate towards anything, even the small animals like the kid of the horse. So then one of the local people say, you should not try to act so compassionate because you are. And then Atisha asks, why should I should not be so compassionate? He said, you are a great person, you are a dignitary. So Atisha asks, so what should the dignitary person do? He said, that as a dignitary, you should try to act like a great being sitting on a high seat. And when people talk with you, you should just ignore all those talk and just try to just reply very rarely towards the answer or the comments of the people. That's the way of how a composure or the posture of the dignitaries or the allied people appear. So Atisha said that if I act like this dignitary and this tradition of allied people, I would even lose those small hint of compassion I have in my life. So I will not do that. So therefore, the one who lose the spirituality, compassion, are all this kind of a worldly perception. Therefore, in order to eradicate that kind of worldly view, this practice of loving kindness in Lamde is stated. Therefore, it's not really easy to practice loving and kindness because you have to start from the mother and then you have to apply that to your father, and then the father is like similarly very grateful, who is not hesitating to give anything towards the children. So, and then apply the same gratitude of kindness towards the enemies and to all the sentient beings. And then, so loving kindness is the quality of a mind that should be first focused only on the mother, which seems to be really focused on one point or one direction. But later onwards, when you apply towards one by one, to step by step, the loving kindness should be more free from extremes or free from directions. It should be biasless. So in the same way, you have to practice the compassion. Normally we have a saying, the compassion like the fur, which means that this kind of faith, kind of compassion, everyone has that. But as a Mahayana, when we talk about genuine compassion, we refer this genuine compassion towards to a person who has a compassion that is focused to the limitless sentient beings, and who has a capability of simultaneously, spontaneously generating that compassion towards all the limitless sentient beings. And there is a story at one time in Bodh Gaya, when Asanga was residing there. He has an aspiration to flourish the Buddha Dharma to worldwide. So he was meditating on the Maitreya at the Rajgir for 3 years, but there was no signs at all. So he felt discouraged, and he decided that I may not be able to accomplish this. So he exited from the retreat house, and at that time he saw a person was cleaning a thick rod, iron rod with cotton and cloth. And Asanga asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm making a needle out of this huge iron rod by cleaning it." And he was amazed. Asanga was amazed by this, how it is possible. Because you are using a very soft cushion, the material, to make this hard material of iron, to make a small needle out of it. It's almost impossible. Again, he thought, "Oh, this is a good sign." So he went again back to meditation. So again, after 3 years, he realized there's no signs again, and he came out, and he again went out and saw that in one of the cliffs there was a lot of birds flying over, and all of the birds were actually rubbing their wings to the hard cliff, because the birds realized that this hard cliff, no matter how hard it is, the great number of the wings the birds have will be able to make it soft. And so therefore this shows that if they can do that, why not I can soften the hardened mind of mine. So he went back to meditation again for 3 years. So in this way he spent a lot of years, and finally he realized that after many years I don't have this the karmic link to attain this accomplishment of Maitreya. So then finally when he went outside, he saw that there was a dog whose upper body was actually filled with pus and blood and pus, without fur. Half of the body was like that, and it was normal people, when you see it, they can actually vomit out of that kind of they feel scared, or they so that is not compassion when they say they pity the dog with this kind of sickness. So genuine compassion is when a person have a genuine compassion, instead of pitying like those ordinary people, he will go in front of the dog and without any hint of a doubt will think about how to rescue that kind of animal who has this grave disease, or like looking for a solution to cut the flesh who has a disease from the dog's flesh with a knife. And then what is the softest thing to actually rub on the wound? So and he actually used his lips because he thought that was the softest thing. And when he used his lips to clean that wound, actually the drug transformed into Maitreya, and finally he realized and actualized the state of the vision of the resulting state of the Maitreya vision. So the Maitreya at that point said that I was always present there. I was always there in front of you, but I was always sometime in front of different forms. But so the point, the moral of the story is that whatever compassion that we have nowadays is similar like to those ordinary compassion, pity, which is not genuine. So we always have a doubt when we. So therefore, this genuine compassion we talk about is very difficult and rare nowadays. So at least at a point to generate the genuine compassion, one has to think when there is a pain to others, you have to feel that pain. So at one time there was a person who came to with handicap, having difficulty to walk. Has a problem in the leg. When he was walking, he came to receive teachings to Domtempa, and that time in Kham. And Domtempa actually has a vision to see it for far direction across the many kilometers. So, like a clairvoyant, he can see distanced. So this kind of feelings. So at that point, related to that, Atisha has a very sensitive stomach. So when he was in Tibet, that sensitive stomach actually sometimes caused diarrhea to him. And when he was walking towards the washroom, he could not hold that, and he actually let loose of those stools from his while he was still walking. So when Domtempa actually saw that from his eyes, he felt so much compassion that he cleaned all the mess with his own hand. And when he took those stools, he actually thought, where should I keep this precious stool? In a very clean place, with this pure vision. When he left that in a very clean place, because of that act of compassion, he actually received the direct cognition, or what we call direct seeing ability of clairvoyance. So that is a person, Domtempa Gyatso, who met this ordinary person with a problem in the leg. And he also saw that at one point in the mother was about to be bitten by a big dog, but even though he was far, he can see far off distance. So he was feel compassion towards the person by saying that because you came here, but your mother, who is very far, is about to be bitten by a dog. It's very compassionate pity. So because she is helpless there, she's alone. So when the son realized that the mother is in trouble, he forgot the pain about his own legs. So this ordinary person who always used to complain about his own pain, at that point, when he realized the mother is in trouble, he forgot about the pain. So this kind of feeling must be generated by all of you when you practice about loving kindness. So it should be like this: when you think about others, the pain of others, you forget about the pain of yourself. So that is the kind of a genuine compassion we are talking about. And that person becomes more confident and brave, courageous to help others. So therefore, in order to be like that, one has to be familiarized again and again on that mental pattern. So what kind of compassion there is, how many divisions there are, what is the characteristic, what is the nature. So if you spend time like that, you will be more limited to theoretical understanding and will be a person like that one who has been scolded by the Atisha. Because scriptures, shastras, teachings, and without the Guru's instruction, all these shastras, teachings becomes useless. So therefore, we have ample, enough, sufficient number of teachers nowadays in social media is giving exceptional talk about this kind of compassion, kindness, but he never shed a tear, a drop of tear when he sees other person in pain. So this is very difficult nowadays. These kind of people are very difficult and rare. So therefore, as a practitioner ourselves, it's very tired situation. It's very hard to be very genuine. So therefore, one has to always first begin by abandoning the attachment towards this life. So as Kesha Potova also has, when he went to Tromdamba to ask for teachings, Tromdamba said that if you are able to experience practice that, I will say it obviously. So if you are actually very close and familiar with the worldly way of living, that's not Dharma. If you are against the worldly way of thinking, that is the Dharma. So therefore, these are the key points. So we have to think about this. The worldly way of thinking is like, for example, we are like, if one person runs crying in front of the Buddha, everyone will jump to the bandwagon. So that's a worldly way of compassion, a generating practice. So on top of that, we also always do good things to the friends, but instead to the enemies we go against them and always look for a second chance to harm him. But we never think like, without enemy, I won't be able to practice the Dharma of patience and so forth. So therefore, we don't like our enemies, we only like those who are close to us. So those who spend their life in this comfortable manner will never become a genuine practitioner. Therefore, it's a way of this, because this is the way of worldly way of living. And from worldly perspective, we always have to live with others' expectations. We always have to worry about the future of the children and so forth. So we waste our time in expectation and hopes. So this is not the way of a genuine practitioner. So all those nuns and monks and ordinary person, there is no difference at all when it comes to the practice of the Dharma. And during the time of the Buddha, when he was alive in Banaras, so there was a rich person called Kirti. So he used to accumulate wealth from different manners and ways. So he ran away at one time and about to commit suicide. But due to good fortune and previous karmic links, he met Buddha and then listened to the teachings to the Buddha, and then he offered the earrings that he was wearing to the Buddha. So at that time, he received the teachings, the four key points, the Four Noble Truths, which is accepted by all the yanas of the Buddhism. So at that time, there was a praise by the Buddha at that time to that rich person, because the verse explained by Buddha is explaining that even it's not about the robes, wearing a robes or not, even those wearing lay people clothed like this rich person is about has a 10 aratship. And so even the Maras, if you look at the Maras, we consider them as an evil, harmful being. But we forget to look from the compassion perspective towards this. So even if you are a monk or an ordinary person, but you always consider among them the Brahmin race to be superior. But in reality, you should consider superior to those persons who actually has practice compassion without any extreme. And then also Atisha at one point in Tibet said that he was always spending his whole life like a genuine practitioner, constantly practicing loving kindness, compassion. So whatever the case is, there is no point if we speak too much and if we teach too much. So all of you should take this advantage at this point, sitting on the seat, receiving this teaching from this great teacher and this precious teaching in the spiritual place of this pilgrimage site. So at this point, we have to think, if I'm not able to take advantage right now at this very moment, then I won't succeed in future. So in this way, one should push yourself. And so therefore, by practicing loving kindness, where the characteristics of loving and kindness is focused on all sentient beings having cause of happiness and the real happiness, and the compassion, which means the freedom of all sentient beings from the suffering and the cause of suffering, which begins by first focusing on the mother. And actually in a perspective, when you just think about the love between mother and son, it's just limited and it becomes a part of attachment. So this kind of compassion becomes actually, if you look at the pattern of the compassion, the mental pattern of compassion always has this common pattern of being detaching or abandoning, which is the freedom of pain, whether it's limited to one object or for a child, between mother and a child, or for example. So therefore, thinking about this kind of love, compassion, because it is always related to attachment and desire, therefore it doesn't become genuine. Because there's a discrimination there. Therefore, there is an aspect of wisdom. But when it comes to the heart of the Buddha, the compassion and the heart of the Buddha, the wisdom is non-discriminatory. And this is called inseparable of samsara nirvana or samsara or nirvana, or the non-duality of two truths. So therefore, the compassion means should be actually non-conceptual or non-discriminatory. So first, focus on the compassion by focusing on the gratitude of the mother and then father and the cousin, to neighbors and then to enemies and to all the sentient beings. So we now try to meditate on that loving kindness for a while. So, when I was young, my mother passed away when I was very young, so it's very difficult for me to difficult the kindness of the mother. So when now I remember about mother, I feel very sad. So most of you might have a mother still alive. Therefore, so I always pray that may you become the cause for the practice of compassion. Even so, not become the cause of a disagreement between your mother and yourself. So whenever there is a small trivial matters, one should not focus on that. That becomes a part of worldly living. Therefore, always try to think about the kindness and the compassion as the result by focusing on the genuine compassion towards the mother. So there is one story related to compassion, or the benefit of compassion. If there is a genuine, continuous, regular thought about the genuine compassion, about the compassion for all sentient beings, with this thought, Atisha, when he was actually doing a circumambulation around the stupa of Bodh Gaya, at that time the doorkeeper was not available, so he has to wait outside in the gate of at the gate of the Bodh Gaya stupa. So at that time he was staring in the sky, and then actually visualize about the universal compassion. At that very moment, he actually has this privilege to see the direct perception of the Tara. So after that, the gatekeeper came and opened the doorway. So when he now entered inside the temple, the vision that he had before was very much exactly the statue inside. So this, he realized, is the resultant aspect of practicing the kindness to all the sentient beings. Therefore, this is one of the example of the great benefit of kindness, and also it applies to compassion. For example, once when Atisha was in Tibet, he always regularly used to fall sick due to the condition of the nations or the situation. But he always used to fall sick regularly in Tibet. At that one point, Tromtimpa was called, and Atisha said, "I had a headache, I want to sleep on your lap." So Tromtimpa actually lay down the robe he had and wait for him, the Atisha, to lay his head on his lap. And Atisha asked him, "Tromtimpa, you have a very unique skill. Why don't you make a blessing to me on my head? Make a blessing towards my head." But Tromtimpa replied, "I don't have any quality, Lama. Why are you saying so? You have a great compassion and kindness. That is the great quality. Therefore, I believe in you. So why don't you bless my head and make me free from the headache?" So, and he did that. That really caused the headache to go away at the very moment. So that is one of the aspect of the great benefit of practicing loving kindness. So therefore, it only not benefit yourself, but it also benefit others also. So this is the conclusion of today's teaching, and now we do the dedication. Isi pe tsole do wa